scale also influences the sets because they are absolutely huge but incredibly bland and uninspired. The central setting for Beast Games is super boring. The houses are the most generic looking housing quarters of all time, and then there's just this giant concrete tower at the front of the city. It looks like the contestants are working on the Manhattan Project or are living in low-income Soviet housing. It looks dystopian. But back to the contestant issue, the amount of people does work itself out by episode 7, as there is finally only a handful of contestants left. But at this point, it's too little too late, as most people would have stopped watching by this point. But not me, apparently. What I will defend though is that once there are only 10 people left, the show is able to make me invested in its players. So when we do get down to our final 2 contestants, and player 831 wins the final $10 million prize, and uses it to attempt to find a cure for his son's rare disease, it did jerk a tear or two.
They're gonna find Lucas the cure.
Overall, Season 1 isn't too bad. It has a solid few standout games and moments, but is bogged down by its need for scale, overuse of bribes, and lack of interesting characters for the majority of the runtime. But then, when we reach the finale, the show does shine as we are left with a handful of really interesting players. So, if you're able to make it through the first half of the show, things do get better. But the plague of Jimmy's issues truly catches up to him with Season 2. For its entire runtime, all Season 2 does is fall victim to the issues plaguing the Beast channel. To begin with the reuse of ideas, out of the 16 games played in Season 2, 9 of the games are repeated from other videos or Season 1. This is excluding the crossover that was done with Survivor, which is actually one of the best episodes from the season because the challenges weren't made by the Beast team, but instead the Survivor team, which actually leads to really fun and interesting challenges that are a great mix of mental and physical games. And the episode is shot in a totally different way, but talking about the show's visual composition is outside of this video's scope of criticism, just like other things that are probably deserving of their own videos. So, excluding that, that leaves us with 56% of the games being played in Season 2 being ones that you have seen before, which is absolutely atrocious. Because playing the same game multiple times can be done right, but the issue is that nothing new or iterative is being done with these games. For example, in episodes 7 and 8, they played the Would You Steal $1 Million game. The premise is pretty simple. Everyone casts a vote on a captain who then decides the order that everyone will go, taking a portion of a shared $1 million. When it's your turn, you can take as much of the $1 million or as little of it as you want. In Season 1, as people waited their turn to take from the money pool, they simply waited in their sleeping quarters in Beast City, which makes sense. But bizarrely, in Season 2, the contestants are buried alive while they wait. This is a callback to 2 Mr. Beast videos where he buries himself alive, but it serves no purpose here. It's not like there is some psychological element where if you leave the coffin early you can't take your share, or maybe it puts you at the back of the line to get your money if you leave. There is literally no reason to bury them alive besides spectacle, so the contestants are buried for hours, for actually no reason besides looking cool. Yes, having the players get buried does technically mean they did something different with it, and yes, it's technically bigger and better, but burying the contestants genuinely adds nothing, and it just wastes the audience time and the idea. They just have the burying for the sake of having it. And this is how it is with any repeated games this season. They're bringing back games, but there's nothing new or interesting with them. And if something new is added, it doesn't truly change the game in a way that would affect its outcome. It's just the same games you've seen from the videos or last season, but now even more uninteresting because you already know how the games play out. Then there's the final game. It is the exact same briefcase bluffing game that was used in Season 1. Yes, the TV show also ends with a briefcase bluffing game just like the overused ones in the videos, but this is now combined with the ugly issue of the too many contestants and bland personalities. Like I said before, this season borrows its central concept from one game played in Season 1. Now, a major issue that comes from this whole strong versus smart angle is that everyone feels incredibly flat. Their personalities are either big muscles combined with the humor of bike talk, or dweebs who say like, I'm a skinny nerd, but what I lack for in muscle I make up with in my mind. It feels so cliche. This is especially present in Jim, a player who is just the most annoying person on earth. He is the male equivalent of pretty girls who never had to develop personalities. He is so cringe and clings onto his girlfriend who carries him throughout the entire game. It is so hard to watch, and I genuinely rejoiced when both of them got eliminated. So both sides of the strong versus smart coin are incredibly annoying, except for you, Jack. I love you, Jack. You had the right mindset to win the whole game, and had crazy plays in the boxes. They robbed you of the win, my boy. They robbed you. Now you might be saying, well, didn't you just disprove your own point? You just described 2 people's personalities and clearly had strong opinions on them. And to that I say, no, I did not. The only reason I bring up these 2 people in the example is because they are the only 2 people I could remember. I could tell you quite a lot about the finalists from Season 1, but here, I literally cannot do that. I do not remember jack about any of the finalists besides Jim, Jack, and Jim's girlfriend. And even then, as much as said I love Jack, I really only love the idea of him that I have in my head. He is given like 30 seconds of screen time in episode 2, which made me decide to root for him. But other than that, he gets nothing. For a contestant who makes it to the final 6, it is remarkable how little I know about him. He doesn't even have a stated motivation for being in the show. Literally nothing. Then we come to Jim. Despite me being able to describe you a personality earlier, it's less of that and more of a caricature. He has just the most generic, I'm strong and sexy air to him. And this isn't an attack on him as a person. I bet old Jim and I could sit down and share a great meal together, but the show doesn't do him or any of the other contestants justice, especially the final 2 contestants, because I cannot remember anything about them. Because returning to the finale, I cannot tell you a single thing about these final 2 contestants besides them wanting to provide for their families. That is it. Gun to my head, if you asked me their names and it was not printed on their jerseys, I would be dying with haste. But the personality issue is slightly rectified as Mr. Beast brings back 10 contestants from season 1, including the winner, Funtime Jeffrey Epstein.
This is the island. This is the island. This is the island. This is the island.
You cannot look like that, be named Jeff, and have a series called Beast Files on your YouTube channel, man. What are we doing? The old contestants are actually the most interesting characters because they actually have personalities, unlike our new contestants. But most of them get eliminated in the episode they are brought back or right after. This then just leaves us with Jeff and JC, who stick around and make things interesting for a while, but then once they're both eliminated in the cubes, the show's cast returns to blandness. So all of these issues come together to create terrible TV. I mean this in the most literal way. You were just watching a version of season 1. But it doesn't have to be this way. Mr. Beast could have a great show and great YouTube videos. We just need to address the central flaws that are holding the channel back. So I want to do a case study on another show to demonstrate what a piece of media devoid of the issues plaguing Mr. Beast would look like. So let's take a look at Popstar Academy Cat's Eye is a reality TV documentary that goes behind the scenes of the Dream Academy program, a talent competition show created in collaboration by K-pop agency HYBE and record label Geffen, aimed at creating the next big female music group. The show follows 20 girls as they embark on a year-long journey through a musical training program that ends with an online reality show where the fans vote for their favorite girls to move on to the next rounds, eventually ending in the final few being selected for the girl group. I know this sounds quite different from a Mr. Beast video, but stick with me because there is a lot to be learned from how the show handles itself. To begin, our show starts before any of the girls arrive in LA to begin training. It starts with the executives narrowing down a giant pool of girls who apply to be part of the program. They eventually settle on the first few girls they wish to let in. Then, as we enter the first few weeks of training, each girl gets an introduction which familiarizes the viewer with their personalities, motivations, families, and talents. For example, the first girl, Ilya, is from a family of Belarusian refugees. They're struggling to get by, but through Ilya's dancing and singing abilities, she's able to provide a stable and steady income to her family. There's this incredible shot where her parents are sitting, huddled in the other room, while Ilya is dancing in the room next to them. This one shot tells you everything you need to understand about the family. So as her family sees her off at the airport as she flies to LA for their program, you can understand exactly what is driving her to succeed and make it into this group. Intros like that last the entire episode while we progress through the program. As classes happen, we learn more about the girls and get invested in their stories. So at the end of the first episode, when Abby, a girl from Colorado that the audience learned dreamed of being in a K-pop group since she was a child, gets removed from the program, it stings.
Yeah. I know, this is really hard for me because it's like, it's just been my dream.
I know.
You are right alongside her in her sadness of losing this opportunity. So by the end of the episode, there is only 13 girls left, and you have a strong understanding of most of them. Now let's compare this to Beast Games. In Season 1, we start with 1,000 people and end the episode with 500 of them. You have absolutely no understanding of what's driving a single person to compete besides lots of money. In Season 2, they reduce the number of starting contestants down to 200. Plus, they add confessional-style talks which expand upon the reasons why the contestants are playing the game. But this is mainly done in the final few episodes. By this point, there's not enough time left to care. Back on Popstar Academy, there are now 13 girls left, but the program needs 20 for the executives' reality show plans. So for the next few episodes, they scout talent as new girls are added to the group. They get formal introductions, which just like the other girls, establish clear personalities and motives. This naturally creates tension as newcomers join this tight-knit group of girls who have been working together for weeks. For multiple episodes, this continues as we get to see more of the social dynamics play out and friendships form. You get attached to these girls and want each of them to achieve their dreams of being true pop stars and musicians. So when the girls learn that they have to compete against each other in a reality show where only 6 of them make it to the group, they are shocked. The executives hid the fact that the program would turn into a cutthroat competition show where their talents are put onto the internet for all to judge, which might I add is extremely unethical and is something I am not endorsing Mr. Beast to do at all. So the spate of episodes where they navigate the aptly named Dream Academy is full of drama and emotion. The girls are dealing with the highest highs and the lowest of lows. Many of them rejoice as they surge to the top of the polls, gaining thousands of adoring fans, or get to travel to Korea for the second set of competitions. Meanwhile, other girls are getting torn apart for their looks or abilities, or are grieving as they are eliminated from the show. All the while, the social setting becomes tense. The girls all care for each other. They all live together for a year. None of them want to see their friends suffer through this mental and physical strain that Dream Academy is putting them through. But at the same time, the more girls that get eliminated, the higher your chances are of getting to debut in the group. This culminates in one of the highest rated and most beloved girls, Lexi, withdrawing from the competition as she felt that what was happening to them was cruel and unusual.
It's really clear to us that you don't want to be here anymore, so we have to let you go.
Yeah, no, I agree.
It is a moment of true humanity and love, something that you would never see in Beast games. All of the drama is artificial. There's no time for a contestant to do something truly beautiful like this for their fellow man because Jimmy's having people self-eliminate every few minutes. You aren't getting true emotional humanity like this out of Beast games. We then come to our finale, where we are left with our final 10 girls. We have spent 8 hour-long episodes with them learning about what drives them, who they are fighting for, and how this girl group will change their lives. All the while, you were getting analysis from the executives and online fans about them. So when our final 6 are picked, and the girl group Cat's Eye is officially formed, you aren't surprised. You know exactly why each one of these girls is in the final group, and how this whole show has changed their lives.
First member is from the Philippines.
But in Beast games, you technically get the same thing, but it's incredibly shallow. You know nothing of the contestants' personalities, you barely understand their motives, and you don't know their home situations and how this show will change their lives besides making them rich. But I'm not here to be all doom and gloom. I talked about Popstar Academy for a reason, because there is something to be learned here. There is improvement to be had. So let's talk about the potential solutions to Jimmy's issues based on what we just learned from Popstar Academy. Let's take a moment and recap what issues we are dealing with. A loss of personality, reused games, and an issue of overscaling. I'm going to be taking these issues and identifying them within a Mr. Beast video, and then take what we can learn from Popstar Academy to help improve. I'll be using the video 100 Pilots Fight for a Private Jet as my example video to see how potential solutions would improve the content. To begin with a loss of personality, let's see where Popstar Academy succeeds in this category where Mr. Beast fails. We had a small group of people you learn extensively about early on, and each one of them has unique personalities and goals that shine. Let's see what we can improve upon in our video. From the jump, there are 100 people, and this is just way too many. I start by trimming it down to 50, so we have room to play around with people getting eliminated in our challenges, but also a small enough number that the audience can grasp the competitors and their motives. Next, I'd adjust who's competing. In the original, the pilots are, well, pilots. And I don't know if you know this, but pilots aren't exactly starving for money. These are older men who are established and have been working 6-figure jobs for years. A side effect of this is that the pilots want to sell the plane just to help their families, which is a fine motive, but I know nothing about their families, not even what they look like. So I change our competitors to be much younger, college-aged aviation enthusiasts. This group of people would either be flight school students, people wishing to go to flight school, or people who have freshly earned their pilot's license. This accomplishes a few things. Now we have a much more driven and competitive group. Young college kids stand a lot more to gain from a multi-million-dollar jet than pilots who have been working for years and probably have net worths in the millions. Like the winner of the original video, they could start their own charter business. They could sell it to cover the initial expensive cost of flight school, or use it to set up a strong future for their new families. As a guy in college, I have met loads of guys who are engaged in starting families. So great, we now have a more driven group of competitors with varied motives, but this doesn't mean that inherently their personalities will shine through, and that's where the games come into play. The second major issue with Mr. Beast is that the games are repetitive. In this video, the issue is present as out of the 5 games played, 4 of them have been done before. To start, the pilots have to pull 3 planes across a finish line, and whichever team crosses the line first wins. This eliminates 2/3 of the contestants right off the bat, and lasts basically 1 minute. This game is pointless, so let's just remove it. The next game is the balance game, where all of the pilots have to stand on small platforms aligned in a circle. In the middle of the circle, the jet rotates and the force produced by the jet engines blows on the contestants, forcing them to balance on the platform because if they fall, they are eliminated. This is a fun and unique game, so let's keep it in our new fixed video. So our video will start with 50 contestants that will be on these platforms balancing. In the original video, 15 people lost on this challenge when it was played with 34 contestants. So let's say in our new video, it eliminates 20 to 25, leaving us with 30 to 25 people for our next challenge. Great. Now we can focus on a select few contestants that will make it far into the video. Before any challenges begin, our players will record in-depth confessionals about why they are competing. This footage can be spliced in as the game plays out, so you can watch the players balance for dear life while their motives and goals are being shown to you. In this hypothetical video, contestants will also also be providing footage of their home lives if needed to further show off what they are competing for. Now we have a stronger emotional foundation and a fun game being played to keep us hooked. The next game in the video was a briefcase bluffing game where the cases either said pass or eliminated in them. You can look in your briefcase and your opponent can either swap it or not. Whoever has the case at the end of the round gets its effect, either being eliminated or moving on. Pretty simple in concept, but it's been done many times before in other videos, so let's replace this with a different game. While maybe not the deepest in game design, our contestants would split into 2 teams and play a Family Feud-esque trivia game relating to aviation. Games like these let players be outspoken and personable. Jimmy would host this, and the other guys from the old crew could be very present in the game, trying to throw the new contestants off their game or causing general mischief. We would follow through the ups and downs of this game show segment, eventually ending with one team being eliminated. Through this part, you'd grow more attached to the players as you see their strengths and weaknesses come out, maybe even being heartbroken as a few of the players who you got introduced to in the intro get eliminated. Now left with 10 to 15 players, we enter the last part of our original video, that being the last to take their hand off of the jet segment. It's very simple. The last person to take their hand off the jet gets to keep it. The jet gets driven around and players slip up, taking their hands off of the jet because they can't keep up with the walking pace or they just get tired. This segment is one of the better parts of the video, but it still isn't great. This is because Jimmy jumps from elimination to elimination with no real time in between to breathe. So let's take a note from Popstar Academy in his older Last to Leave videos. In both of these examples, there is vast amount of time in between eliminations. This lets the audience learn more about the contestants and allows for naturally funny moments to occur. One of the best parts of the older videos is the natural moments generated by the boys. So in our fix, we will allow the extended time where the players are not being messed with by Jimmy. We can see how the pilots entertain themselves or try to get their fellow contestants out. In the original video, this part took around 20 real-life hours, but it feels like far less in the video. But now, with more time to spend on the little moments, you'll be able to feel the length and strain on the players. Finally, we come down to our final 3 people after the rest of the pilots slip up or give up, and we will be keeping the segment the same as the original video. Jimmy gives the last 3 an hour to decide how they want the winner to be chosen. If they can't decide, and all their hands are still on the jet at the end of the hour, everyone loses. Now this is a repeated game as they decide to play a briefcase game, but the bickering between the players, as none of them can agree on what to do, creates good tension. Now with all of our games out of the way, let's address the last issue of scale. This entire video takes place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, because Jimmy is advertising his new theme park in the country. In our fixed version, we will have absolutely none of this. We are staying in North Carolina. You can just as easily have the jet be driven around Raleigh or Charlotte. You can also just as easily advertise your theme park with a segment about it without leaving your hometown roots. I mean, they go to Saudi Arabia, but they don't even drive the jet past or through the theme park. So keeping the video in North Carolina keeps the scale grounded and still filled with that country charm that made Mr. Beast who he is. So let's take a look at our fixed version of the video. We start in a more grounded setting with far less contestants. With a smaller pool of players, we can better learn their motivations and personalities early on. These contestants are also a more driven group that benefits from the jet more. Next, they play games that aren't the same old thing you've seen from Mr. Beast before, keeping you entertained. Then, we slow down and play a game we've seen before, but you get more funny moments that bring out what made Mr. Beast so good in the first place. Then, we conclude with a game that's been built to the entire video where everyone gets a chance to shine. This only took a few tweaks, but we now have a more original, personable, and down-to-earth video, and this inspires hope in me. I mean, it only took a few changes to make a video improve greatly, and the changes are easy to implement. There's less people that Jimmy has to find and pay, no planning for traveling overseas. The video is literally easier to produce and better for it. So please, if anyone from the Mr. Beast team is watching, take my advice. Take into account originality, personality, and scale. We don't need the biggest videos in the craziest places. We need real people competing in fun and unique ways.
I know you've never won a challenge, but no one else is spinning. You know what that means, right? You won!
I know that I have been incredibly harsh throughout this video, but what I need you to understand is that this isn't out of a place of envy for Jimmy's success or hatred of the Beast channel, it's out of a place of love. In the intro, I said that I've been a fan of Mr. Beast since 2016, but I didn't give you my full background with the channel. My friend Angelo introduced the channel to me in elementary school and I fell in love with it. I would watch a huge backlog of his videos and me and my friends would quote them all the time. I even got in trouble one time because of this, as Angelo and I were talking about a video in which Jimmy jokes about drinking bleach, and my parents thought that Mr. Beast was going to make me unintentionally drink bleach. Despite this, I would continue to watch the channel and would grow even fonder of it. I'd leave school running down the steps of our exit yelling his name, as he used to tell his fans to do. At recess, I'd talk with Angelo about his bad YouTube intro series, and we'd create our own terrible paper intros, a style that Jimmy would often make fun of. But but most importantly, Mr. Beast would inspire me to want to do YouTube. He's a huge factor as to why I am sitting in front of you today. Him having fun making content he loves with his friends, all while making it his job, was so inspirational to me. So that's why I'm making this video. Not because I hate Jimmy or I want the clickbait of having him in the thumbnail. I'm making this video because I care about the Mr. Beast channel so deeply. I want to see the channel produce high quality, well thought out videos. So seeing Mr. Beast just pump out constant slop hurts me so much. I want the channel to serve as a source of inspiration and innovative content for others, as it did for me. But in its current state, I just don't see that. Who knows what the future holds for Mr. Beast? Maybe it will continue to follow its downward trajectory into a death by boredom, or maybe someone at the Beast team will see this and will raise the concerns that I have brought up here to the big man himself. But no matter what happens, I must commend Jimmy for his success. Going from being a random kid in small town North Carolina to being the world's biggest YouTuber and a multi-billionaire is something you have to respect. So here's to you, Jimmy, and all that you've accomplished. Oh, I was you for not hiring my sibling to your graphic design department.
Mr. B6000. And on brand.
Leave no crumbs. This is very okay chocolate.
What the hell? Mr. B. Hypnotic Tide 2, guys. Hypnotic Tide 2. Bro, it's listy. No, it's not even listy. That's top. That's just ILO, bro. Impossible. I hope they don't know this. No, nobody remembering that, bro. I died of natural causes. Please rate 2-star in. Ha 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 ha, get pranked.
Have you guys had a recurring feeling that recent monthly challenges kinda suck? I'm not the only one who has noticed that, right? For the last couple months, I've had that feeling that they're becoming more boring or lazily made, and this month basically became the catalyst. The reason why I'm making this video. This is the first time in my memory when I open the challenges menu and just don't bother completing any of them. The reasons are different. They feel too boring to complete, they feel too annoying to complete, or not worth its ticket price. Maybe the problem is with me and the challenges have always been like that ever since 2021. What even makes a good monthly challenge? Well, that is the topic I would love to bring up because, in my opinion, monthly challenges is one of the most important features this game has to offer in terms of growing and popularizing the game. And I would want it to be handled with due respect and maybe even expanded beyond just that. I'll talk about it in the second half of this video. Just a quick side note, monthly towers will not be covered in this video and instead will be treated equally to other monthly challenges. They are a bigger problem that warrants its own video. Let me know if you would want it. Let's take a look at this challenge. What is bad about it? It's pretty obvious to notice that these three towers don't have any correlation between them, also the fact that CMM is twice as short than the other choices doesn't make this challenge any better. It in fact makes it worse. This challenge is not interesting, and even if there had to be a filler challenge like this one, a different tower picks could be chosen instead that would make the player think for a little longer, or for different players to choose different towers to fulfill their own needs and wishes. It could be a generic choice between shorter but harder and longer but easier. It could be a choice between punishing but short and not punishing but a tiny bit longer. Something that would not be that easy of a decision. Generally, if you make a challenge that is supposed to have a couple different options, make them not random. Towers from the trilogy, towers by the same creator, towers in the lobby section, bonus points of the choice between them are not as obvious. Now, what's wrong with this challenge? I must say outright, I see nothing wrong with long monthly challenges. For example, the Tower Rush one may sound tedious, but it's pretty unique compared to others and provides an actually interesting challenge with different options, so I'm all for it. The challenge we'll be talking about is a speedrun. Speedrun of a long pushbox based tower with the timer still managing to be sorta tight if you get stuck even slightly on the pushbox sections. Does this sound fun to you? Doubt it. In my philosophy, speedrun challenges should be on fairly short towers that have shortcuts to spice up the run, and to think of more interesting ways to complete the challenge. As far as I'm aware, TUKP doesn't have any skips, and the challenge is just beat it normally but don't fall and don't fuck up one of the 37 pushbox sections. About pushboxes, they're also a problem because you would expect for a speedrun tower not to break your flow and use gameplay types mostly based on consistency. This challenge is quite frankly not the one I would want to rebeat. What about this challenge? Well, it's meant to be simple. What could possibly be wrong with it? And yeah, the first challenge is always meant to be simple. They have done this quite a few times, and even a couple years ago it was a thing. Find a hidden pentagon to the right of the beginner portals in Zone 3. By the way, it's still there. But have you looked at the alternatives? Even the basic find something and bring it to someone is way better than just find something, because it would feel like a quest line. It would feel actually interesting than just looking around the lobby, touching the thing and yeah, that's the whole challenge, what's next? But in reality, it also doesn't necessarily need to be just multiple step find something tasks. Monthlies have the word challenges for a reason. What if you throw in some parkour or even some puzzles? Out of past monthly challenges I can remember the Ring 1 crossword challenge, Zone 1 moving circle challenge, NPC quest in various areas, even the fucking key memory challenge from weeklies mocks the newer monthlies because they're creative in their tasks and objectives. How cool would it be if the recent firework challenge required you to collect fireworks around the map instead of pressing a single button for tickets? How cool would the current monthly be if it was not so obvious? Last month there was another challenge like that, and I feel like it really tried to be a multitask one, but you just press 3 different buttons in the same place and you get the tickets? That even sounds boring. What's the challenge in that? As a last example, let's look at the batch as a whole. Some challenges are good, but most have the same concept. Beat a tower somewhere. Sometimes without somewhere. Just repeating towers as a monthly challenge is not as fun as you may think. There has to be a certain premise. You know, the buttons at the start of floor 1 that modify your the tower in a way, or give you an item to beat the tower with, for example. The old monthly challenges had a fair mix of both, and that's how it's supposed to be. I'm not suggesting to entirely remove the challenges where you have to normally be the tower. In fact, I already suggested how to do it right. But when the only modified tower challenges this month are Towite with checkpoints and TO3AA with checkpoints, and the rest is be the tower, you might start noticing the difference. Oh, and January had some fairly solid monthlies, but there are 2 that pissed me off a lot. exactly of this modifying the tower kind. Beat Top Hat with the New Year's attire and beat the New Year's edition of Toza. To me, these two challenges are the equivalent of Beat the Tower challenges that try to make you feel like you're doing something different, but the way of beating the towers is exactly the same. Cool, you got a hat, it does nothing. Cool, the tower is red and blue now, that also does nothing. This is so lame, you could at least somewhat change the Toza gameplay or give some sort of player effects to the hat, because at least it wouldn't feel as lazy and also would be a different experience to play. Okay, so let's recap. How do you make a good monthly challenge? If the challenge involves beating a tower, make sure there's a more interesting reason to beat it. Could be an additional secret route, could be changed gameplay, could be an effect on the way you play your character, or many more ways that differentiate the experience from just rebeating a tower. Don't want to make any of these? Speedrunning a tower is also a good way to spice up your completion. Make sure you choose more simple and shorter towers that mostly rely on player consistency, preferably with gameplay shortcuts to give players many alternate routes and possible optimizations. It can be a very interesting experience in my opinion, but if you still want to make some of your challenges revolve around just beating a tower, that's totally fine too. Just make sure there are multiple choices to consider that are bonded together with a single team, or any similarities such as same creator or lobby category. Make sure the choice is not as obvious for different players with different priorities to choose different towers, as it does make the challenge a little more interesting. If the challenge involves lobby activity, make sure to also make them interesting by adding multiple steps in the feel of completing a questline that is achievable with interesting puzzles and obvious throughout the challenge. And lastly, remember, monthly challenges should still be challenges. Making them unique and, well, challenging makes them way more interesting and fun to play through. Just remember not to go overboard and don't make them too tedious. Seriously. What the fuck? While researching all the new monthly challenges and what could cause such rapid loss of my interest, I have realized one more thing that is a really big issue with the challenges that occurred after the rewrite specifically, because right now, in my opinion, there is minimal or nearly zero incentive to play the first 10 monthly challenges. Why? Add the amount of tickets you get from these challenges and you'll get a little bit over than for beating one challenge literally in the same category. All challenges would indeed give you way less tickets, but try comparing the difference between average beginner challenge reward and psychologically unsafe one. It used to be 2 versus 14, right now it's 5 versus 150. You cannot make this shit up. Before the rewrite, the only source of tickets was monthly challenges, and the difference was not so huge, so you had motivation to complete easier challenges to get more tickets. Right now, not only you get more tickets from beating towers regularly, the first 10 monthly challenges are not worth doing at all with such rewards. An argument could be made that, oh, it's not to spoil the beginner players with a lot of tickets. But here's my counter argument. Playing the game normally will give you more tickets than
Oh my god. Where's the rich dummy? Yeah, where's the rich dummy though? Bro, where's the rich dummy? I know his location can be random, but can it like be at least like in front of me right now? He's nowhere to be seen. He's not on the roof. I mean, the rich dummy can't be in the parkour. Where's the rich dummy, bro? Where's the rich dummy? Why is he so smart? Rich dummy should be dumb, not smart. He's so well hiding from me, man. pow. No, that dumb bitch is not here. Where's that dumb bitch? Where's that dumb bitch? Bro, where's dummy man? Where's rich dummy? He's not here. Shoot you. Oh my god, where is he? Where's that dumb bitch, bro? Where's that dumb bitch? Yeah, I don't care actually. No, I give up.
Hey there, it's your favorite below average content creator here, Drowsy. It's been a little bit since my last upload, which is almost 6 months ago as of writing this, and I have a few reasons for that. At the end of my last video, I said that after my next video I would be taking a 2-week hiatus in which I corrected myself in a pinned comment, saying, and I quote, "I would just like to correct something. I said at the ending of this video, I will not be uploading until November because I am moving. However, I will make up for it." And obviously, that was a complete lie. I did not upload again. Well, of course, until whenever this video goes up. Now, as to why I didn't upload anything in that time and went basically radio silent, leaving all 2 of my loyal viewers hanging, well, of course, as I said just a second ago, I moved, which took a lot more energy out of me than I ever thought it would. And within that time, I got really demotivated to do anything at all. That is until recently. I've gotten back into streaming, which by the way you should follow me on Twitch, link on screen, which has really helped me get my motivation back for content. I do plan on actually making videos somewhat consistently again, with more of a focus on the videos being something I actually want to make and or do, as well as be more high quality for you guys. Anyways, on with the video. Roblox is a platform that needs no introduction because I'm 100% sure you've at least seen Roblox before. Hell, even my mom had a Roblox account. I personally have been playing Roblox for around 12 years now, which for better or for worse means Roblox has been present in my life as I grew up, and it also means I've seen Roblox change a lot over the years, and I can confidently say I have never seen Roblox as a platform in a worse state in all of the years I've played it. Yes, the creative tools are better than they've ever been, and Roblox games, technically, are at the highest quality they've ever been. Kind of. You see, Roblox games now, more than they ever were in the past, look better than ever. Some play better than ever, and feel better than ever, but you see, more than I feel like Roblox has a lot of, well, if I'm being honest, more garbage than I've ever seen designed to suck every last penny out of kids who don't really know any better. Now, this isn't me saying this is only a recent issue, because I can vividly remember there being plenty of garbage slop games in the past on Roblox. For every brain rot game, there's a slide 9999 feet or super mega fun obby or whatever, but I'm not going to lie when I say it feels harder than ever to actually find good games worth playing on Roblox. And that's just because there's more people making these low-effort games on the platform. Once again, that's not to say that Roblox doesn't have any good games now, because obviously it does. But that's not what I'm mainly talking about for this video. That's an entirely different can of worms for me to go digging into. What I mainly want to talk about is Roblox and its alternative Polytoria that I saw pop off for a little bit and then die down. But let me first talk about why some people started considering alternate platforms like Polytoria in the first place. Now, believe it or not, Polytoria isn't the first alternative platform to Roblox. Don't believe me? Well, of course you believe me, but I'll list off a few anyways. Brick Planet, Brick Hill, which is probably the most notable on this list, Ostablocks, which is more or less just an old Roblox revival project, and of course the subject of today's video, Polytoria. I know there's more I could have listed here, but I'm just going off the top of my head, and I also want to talk about Polytoria, and the recent dramas that have been surrounding Roblox, because when has Roblox ever made good decisions? Recently, depending on whenever this video comes out, Roblox announced that they would be phasing out classic faces in turn for 3D faces, which is, to say it upset people, is kind of an understatement. Okay, picture this. You wake up on a weekend and boot up your computer like you usually do, only to open your social media platform of choice and be met with an entire feed full of nothing but cryptid David Baszucki edits, and what generally feels like the Roblox community melting about whatever update came out at the time that you still don't know what is. Obviously, based off of what I said, people weren't happy with Roblox taking a large part of their identity and player expression away in favor for worse optimized, worse looking 3D faces that literally no one asked for.
Hey, so I wasn't expecting this. This is editing Drowsy here. As of today, March 23rd, 2026, a post went up on the Roblox developer forums, and I wasn't expecting this, but they have migrated all of the classic heads and faces now to dynamic heads. I'll just let you read the rest, just pause it here. Okay, you read it? Good.
It is also speculated that they used AI to port these old faces over to dynamic, but I cannot confirm if this is true or not, so I'll leave that up to your discretion. This isn't the only thing people are mad at Roblox for, by the way, but this one is what started talk around people moving to Polytoria from what I have seen. Roblox has also been making a ton of mistakes and generally bad decisions around child safety, facial recognition, and of course, ID scanning, which the last two all loop back to child safety, of course. There's a lot, and I mean a lot more that Roblox has done, but if I were to talk about everything Roblox has done wrong, at least within the last year or so, we would be sitting here for a long time. Just to summarize, people are not happy with the current state of affairs surrounding the platform. And neither am I, really? To be entirely honest, it's kind of sad to watch a game I held so dearly when I was younger just get worse and worse over time, but to pinpoint when Roblox started crashing and burning, I would say Roblox's real downfall started when they went public on the stock market March 10th, 2021. I have seen this sentiment echoed by a few people, and myself of course. Seemingly, all their decisions seem more tied to pleasing investors. Not to say Roblox hasn't always been a little bit greedy, but I do genuinely think that Roblox's greed has generally gotten worse over time with its decisions. A lot of these bad decisions are even worse feeling because of just how many games on the platform these days are literally designed to suck your wallet dry. Like most live service games these days, which I would never buy a skin from a live service game ever, right?
Did you just
Anyways, I would like to say a decent amount of people in Roblox are genuinely tired of the blatant copying that is routinely done with not only UGC creations, but also games. And inherently on a platform like Roblox, or just gaming in general, there will be clones of a good or popular idea, but never in my life have I seen so many clone games that are just copy and pasted versions of one another with like one keyword in the title being a difference. I would like to say that some people are tired of it, or at least I am. I don't really speak for the Roblox community though. What I can say though is people are tired of literally everything regarding moderation on the site right now. There are many better videos that talk about moderation issues on Roblox and everything that's been going on with that, but to summarize it, it feels like Roblox is doing more to protect predators on the platform than to actually do anything to get rid of them. And now, with the few things I have outlined here that's going wrong with the platform, I can safely say that I'm not shocked whatsoever that people are looking for alternatives to Roblox. Actually, speaking of Roblox alternatives, I need to talk about Polytoria. Polytoria's first builds and development actually date pretty far back to almost 10 years ago, which I hate to say that 2017 is 9 years ago now. Damn, time really passes fast, doesn't it? Its first iteration was actually called Roblox 07, which from what I can gather was a 2007 Roblox revival, as the name implies. Roblox 07 also supposedly had a website that is now wiped off of the face of the internet. A year later, Roblox 07 renamed to Bloxtopia, which from what I can gather, still has a NeoCities page up. However, I don't know if this is just a fan recreation of the site. Bloxtopia also has a archived trailer on YouTube, which is what is playing in the background right now. Moving forward, Bloxtopia was then renamed to Superium in 2019. I do not know how to pronounce that, I'm sorry if I butchered it. But the forum post in which I'm getting most of this information from says it was renamed to Superium in 2020, but the Polytoria wiki says it was renamed September 23rd, 2019. I think this date makes much more sense rather than the 2020 date on the forum post because the site was renamed to Polytoria in late 2020. Ironically, at the very bottom of this forum post, it says, and I quote, "Now obviously they moved to a new site for the third time yet again, but certain users had access to it. Staff are the only ones I could think of and beta testers. But after the site was opened, it was a massive disaster, like literally. The servers went down for about an hour or two. A lot of users weren't even able to log onto their accounts after the incident, but later it was solved. Yeah, I got pretty lucky and managed to log in before the servers actually bursted into flames." Now, this is funny if you know, like, literally anything about what happened with Polytoria recently. If you don't, well, let me explain. When a lot of Roblox users were migrating over to Polytoria, it was too much of a heavy load on the servers with the amount of people trying to play the game, and making new accounts, causing the official Polytoria account to post this image on February 1st, and on that same day, they hit 100,000 players. During this period of time, and for a good few days, Polytoria's site ran extremely slow and broke a lot. Even if you managed to get into a server and play the game, it was still extremely laggy and it would crash a lot. This is the period of time in which I got most of my footage from, unfortunately. I'm going to be honest with you. Polytoria in its current state heavily reminds me of Roblox in its very early phases, because it's pretty bare bones to be entirely honest. That is not a bad thing in my opinion, and it should be expected of a platform that quite frankly seemed to be nothing but a passion project from the devs, to be more bare bones than Roblox, which has had almost 20 years to cook in the oven. They teased a 2.0 update quite recently too, which seems to be a huge overhaul of the Polytoria engine being built off of Godot. They also recently changed the way the player model looks too, and also they're redesigning it, again, from what I've seen. Which is entirely up to you if you prefer the way this looks. I personally am mixed, but I do like how they're trying to somewhat form their own identity away from Roblox with this stylistic change. Remember just a moment ago when I said that in its current state, Polytoria is very bare bones? This is part of the issue with not just Polytoria, but any alternative platform in general. Most people want to have all the features that the current platform they're using have, but don't want to wait the time it takes to flesh out a bare-bones platform. And why would you? All the features, people, and history is on that previous platform. People are already established. Why uproot everything you've set up just for an alternative that might flop? I'm not putting this down, this unwillingness to leave at all, because I don't expect people to just leave years of something, sometimes decades worth of history and familiarity with a platform behind. It would be entirely unreasonable of me to assume people would want to do all of that at all. There are times where alternatives come out and it's just good enough to do just that. Steal everyone away and leave the previous platform in shambles, and sometimes get it shut down. I mean, look at what happened with Facebook and MySpace. I know Facebook is practically an AI landfill now, but at the time, Facebook was just better than MySpace to people, and MySpace is practically only a memory in people's heads now, so tell me which platform won that war. Going back to Roblox, it just has the upper hand because it has more user-generated games on it. There are just infinitely more things to play and more high-quality games than Polytoria has as of right now. So why would the average person move over to Polytoria unless they're so disgruntled with Roblox's current decisions that they'll take literally any other platform over it? Now, I'm not saying people don't just prefer Polytoria over Roblox because they just, prefer it, but I mean, reasonably looking at the average person, why wouldn't you play Roblox over it? I mean, more people know about Roblox's existence anyways. Not to say that Polytoria is worse in every way, because obviously there are ways that Polytoria is a better platform. Just to list off a few here, Roblox as a corporation is very scummy, and you probably won't get that same level of greed and, quite frankly, loads of awful decisions from a website like Polytoria. There's also that they have other platforms that came before them as a sort of outline of what to do and what not to do. And I would assume a smaller team would also mean that more of the developers for the platforms can more accurately listen to community feedback on features. Polytoria also has a smaller, more tight-knit community, which is more of a preference in my opinion, and I personally like it. There's a lot of features people miss that were on Roblox's old website that were used on Polytoria as well. I, for one, like how you can comment on games again, which I can understand why it isn't on Roblox, because Roblox is too big of a platform for features like this, and I think that's pretty easy to pinpoint because you can't have these features like commenting on games with a platform that has over 380 million active monthly players. That would be a nightmare to try and moderate. And Roblox already has plenty of moderation issues with child safety and regular moderation. It's easier to have more features when it's easier to moderate. I mean, there's about 10.6 billion accounts on Roblox, and there are a grand total of 690,130 accounts on Polytoria as of writing this segment. And yes, I acknowledge that not every account on these platforms are active, and a good portion are alt accounts, but that's a lot of accounts to keep track of still. I think that my favorite part about Polytoria is that I don't need to use my ID for anything, which is becoming a growing issue for what feels like every platform you use, unfortunately. Yes, I do realize that if Polytoria did get big enough, that it would probably have an ID system forced onto it. An ID system not only doesn't work for the obvious reasons of kids can just steal their parents' IDs, etc., but also it's quite literally just a breach of privacy for every adult on these platforms, which is aggravating because I don't want to have to put in my ID onto every website I try to enter or make an account on just to have basic features. Anyways, sorry for that small side tangent. There's a Reddit post about this supposedly by an ex-Roblox employee, which I assume some of you have at least read or skimmed through. And I know I don't like Reddit either, but this post does give some good perspective for a platform like Polytoria, and most to all other alternatives for a platform like Roblox. Just to sum up this post and quote it a little, Polytoria is completely bootstrapped, zero VC funding, they're running on what appears to be community donations, and maybe some revenue from their tiny user base buying virtual currency. You know what happened when a couple of YouTubers mentioned them? Their servers immediately crashed. They went from maybe a few thousand users to 100k accounts, and their infrastructure couldn't handle it. The user also goes on to mention that it would take millions of dollars that Polytoria frankly doesn't have to expand for a larger player base, and that Roblox loses money every quarter, and if Roblox can't turn a profit, how would Polytoria? As for moderation, I can't really sum this up very well, so I will just read it in its entirety. A lot of people are jumping to Polytoria because they're mad about Roblox's chat restrictions and moderation policies. Here's what they don't understand, and what I saw firsthand while working there. These regulations aren't optional. Roblox implements strict chat filters and moderation because COPPA, federal law, which requires it for platforms with users under 13. State regulations, California and others, mandate child safety features. The EU Digital Services Act requires content moderation. Apple and Google enforce safety standards for App Store inclusion. Congressional oversight after Roblox got dragged into hearings about child safety. I was there during some of these regulatory discussions. Trust me when I say, Roblox isn't being quote-unquote corporate or quote killing fun. They're complying with the law and avoiding billions in fines. The legal and policy teams were constantly navigating an increasingly complex regulatory landscape. Right now, Polytoria flies under the radar because they're tiny and irrelevant. But if they ever actually scaled, they'd get media attention. The first safety incident would make headlines. Regulators and lawyers would come knocking. They'd face the exact same choice: comply or die. They cannot escape this. Any platform that gets big enough to matter will face the same regulatory pressure. The freedom people think they're getting is just the freedom of being too small for anyone to care about. That's all I'm going to read for now, as I feel like that summed it up well enough, and as always, all of my resources and links are in the description of the video. If you would like to read it for yourself and come to your own conclusion based off of what you've read. Anyways, before I actually show these opinions, I would like to give my own thoughts on the game really quick. First of all, when I got...
I'm tired. I'm tired. This age like wine. I think this combat is for sport. Yeah, and that was wine. Ween, 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 ween. We bravo question mark. Availability doesn't work every time I reset. I can't take it. Let's go far and kite. Yaku. Bro. What? What? Okay. Okay. Oh.
Retro slump. Retro slump.
Retro
The power
slop.
of retro slump
Retro
compels
slop.
you.
Retro slop.
One of them.
I beseech thee.
Get away.
Retro slump.
away.
Retro slump.
Stop.
Retro slump.
Stop.
Retro
I'm not one of them.
slump.
I'm
The
not one of them.
power of retro
Get
slump
away.
compels you. Retro slump. Retro slump.
I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them.
Retro
I'm not one
slump.
of those.
Retro slop. We've all seen it. I've been on Roblox for a decade now, and I've seen my fair share of the good and bad parts of Roblox. One of the newest terms that's watched grow and die is retro slop. Ironic coming from someone with this outfit. Retro slop refers to avatars that try to mimic the avatar styles that you would typically see around 2012, however highly stylized. The term was first coined on TikTok when users started mocking members of the community for Forsaken.
Guys, this is my avatar silly goober. Like that silly gobby.
The game uses stylized versions of well-known older Roblox characters or players. Honestly, the actual designs are quite good, but some of the members of this community like to take some creative liberties when recreating these outfits. I'm not going to get too deep into the Forsaken community, but there is a lot of not safe for work content relating to it. And it's absolutely disgusting considering this game is definitely filled with a lot of children. This rabbit hole deserves a whole video that I'm not going to make, but their problem with essentially porn of their characters is absolutely absurd and way too massive to be ignored. Yes, Roblox, age segregating is definitely going to stop the sexualization gateway that is only growing on the platform. The retro slop term continued to expand and became a term for games as well, specifically ones that lazily try to make a retro style game, symbolized by developers spamming the stud textures where they don't need to be. It's consumed us. It's consumed us all. Retro slop reaches no bounds now. We are all retro slop. Bleak imitation of what we once were.
What's bleak mean? That's like an Englishman. The weather is bleak. A bleak winter day is empty. It's discouraging. Oh, okay.
Even my avatar. I too am now retro slop.
It's actually, neo-retro.
I really don't care. You've seen way too much slop games for way too long. Here are some actually fun games with really neat retro art styles on Roblox in many different Roblox genres. Also, I'm putting them on a tier list, and all of the links to the games will be in the description below. We're starting off very strong with a Retro Studio, our first emulator game for today, and I'll make it quick as you've probably played it. Retro Studio is essentially the entire Roblox platform rebuilt inside of a Roblox game. There is a studio mode and a play mode. It's literally Roblox in Roblox. It has its own catalog only with items made before, I believe, 2015. And when you create a game, you can choose what time period your game is to be set in, from early 2009 to mid 2015. The game's UI design outside of the emulation is really solid and has a nice art style. The community for Retro Studio has been really fun in my experiences, and the emulations all work out perfectly. I've had many nostalgia-filled nights hopping around games in this. What? Why is the whole map in a big money bag? Out of all the games I'm going to be talking about, I highly recommend checking this out if you played back in the day. It's amazing. You can also get this game's currency, Retro Bucks, through daily logins and by people playing games you've made. In my opinion, this game has no problems and has created so many fun experiences for me. It serves as a good example for an S tier, as it puts a really well-made twist onto the retro style. Roblox at War 4 is a team shooter game loosely based on the Battlefield games. It features destructible buildings and vehicles with a very authentic art style to what I believe is 2012 Roblox. The UI, sounds, models, animations, everything is perfectly tailored to fit that era of the platform. In this game, you fight across a variety of battlefields to capture points. the game gets chaotic very fast with the range of vehicles and weapons that are available. This game's strong suit is definitely the progression and just a wide range of stuff you can do. There's a lot of different weapons you can get on each team, as well as different vehicles to learn how to use, as well as learn what their weak points are. Combined with the building destruction gives the player a lot of agency to play around with a variety of tactics, playing as infantry, armor, or air. The game, however, falls short in terms of direction. At some points, it's unclear what you're supposed to be doing or where you should spawn. The gun systems are very simple, and I personally find them a bit janky to use. Roblox at War seems to take a lot of inspiration from Armored Patrol, another similar game that focuses more on the use of armored vehicles and helicopters instead of infantry and planes as well. I think what this game needs is a little bit slower paced gameplay, as well as just making bullets easier to see, as sometimes it's unclear what is actually happening or who the enemies are, possibly taking the good from Armored Patrol into this game. Roblox at War 4 gets put at a C. The gameplay has ups and downs, but the style is a perfect emulation of all the Roblox. It's alright.
Something evil.
Block Tales is an amazing game.
This is a video about the most famous problem in game theory. Problems of this sort pop up everywhere, from nations locked in conflict to roommates doing the dishes. Even game shows have been based around this concept. Figuring out the best strategy can mean the difference between life and death, war and peace, flourishing and the destruction of the planet. And in the mechanics of this game, we may find the very source of one of the most unexpected phenomena in nature: cooperation. On the 3rd of September 1949, an American weather monitoring plane collected air samples over Japan. In those samples, they found traces of radioactive material. The Navy quickly collected and tested rainwater samples from their ships and bases all over the world. They also detected small amounts of cerium-141 and yttrium-91. But these isotopes have half-lives of 1 or 2 months, so they must have been produced recently. And the only place they could have come from was a nuclear explosion. But the US hadn't performed any tests that year, so the only possible conclusion was that the Soviet Union had figured out how to make a nuclear bomb. This was the news the Americans had been dreading. Their military supremacy, achieved through the Manhattan Project, was quickly fading.
This makes the problem of Western Europe and the United States far more serious than it was before, and perhaps makes the imminence of war greater.
Some thought their best course of action was to launch an unprovoked nuclear strike against the Soviets while they were still ahead. In the words of Navy Secretary Matthews, to become aggressors for peace. John von Neumann, the founder of game theory, said, "If you say, why not bomb them tomorrow, I say, why not bomb them today? If you say today at 5 o'clock, I say, why not at 1 o'clock? Something needed to be done about nuclear weapons, and fast. But what? In 1950, the RAND Corporation, a US-based think tank, was studying this question. And as part of this research, they turned to game theory. That same year, 2 mathematicians at RAND had invented a new game, one which, unbeknownst to them at the time, closely resembled the US-Soviet conflict. This game is now known as the Prisoner's Dilemma. So let's play a game. A banker with a chest full of gold coins invites you and another player to play against each other. You each get 2 choices. You can cooperate or you can defect. If you both cooperate, you each get 3 coins. If one of you cooperates but the other defects, then the one who defected gets 5 coins and the other gets nothing. And if you both defect, then you each get a coin. The goal of the game is simple: to get as many coins as you can. So, what would you do? Suppose your opponent cooperates, then you could also cooperate and get 3 coins. Or you could defect and get 5 coins instead. So you are better off defecting. But what if your opponent defects instead? Well, you could cooperate and get no coins, or you could defect and at least get 1 coin. So no matter what your opponent does, your best option is always to defect. Now, if your opponent is also rational, they will reach the same conclusion and therefore also defect. As a result, when you both act rationally, you both end up in the suboptimal situation, getting 1 coin each, when you could have gotten 3 instead. In the case of the US and Soviet Union, this led both countries to develop huge nuclear arsenals of tens of thousands of nuclear weapons each, more than enough to destroy each other many times over. But since both countries had nukes, neither could use them. And both countries spent around $10 trillion developing these weapons. Both would have been better off if they had cooperated and agreed not to develop this technology further. But since they both acted in their own best interest, they ended up in a situation where everyone was worse off. The Prisoner's Dilemma is one of the most famous games in game theory. Thousands and thousands of papers have been published on versions of this game. In part, that's because it pops up everywhere. Impalas, living in between African woodlands and savannas, are prone to catching ticks, which can lead to infectious diseases, paralysis, even death. So it's important for impalas to remove ticks, and they do this by grooming. But they can't reach all the spots on their bodies, and therefore they need another impala to groom them. Now, grooming someone else comes at a cost. It costs saliva, electrolytes, time, and attention, all vital resources under the hot African sun, where a predator could strike at any moment. So for the other impala, it would be best not to pay this cost. But then again, it too will need help grooming. So all impalas face a choice. Should they groom each other or not? In other words, should they cooperate or defect? Well, if they only interact once, then the rational solution is always to defect. That other impala is never going to help you, so why bother? But the thing about a lot of problems is that they're not a single prisoner's dilemma. Impalas see each other day after day, and the same situation keeps happening over and over again. So that changes the problem. Because instead of playing the prisoner's dilemma just once, you're now playing it many, many times. And if I defect now, then my opponent will know that I defected, and they can use that against me in the future. So, what is the best strategy in this repeated game?
Stones.
That is what Robert Axelrod, a political scientist, wanted to find out. So in 1980, he decided to hold a computer tournament.
He invited some of the world's leading game theorists from many different subjects to submit computer programs that would play each other.
Axelrod called these programs strategies. Each strategy would face off against every other strategy and against a copy of itself. And each matchup would go for 200 rounds. That's important, and we'll come back to it. Now, Axelrod used points instead of coins, but the payoffs were the same. The goal of the tournament was to win as many points as possible. And in the end, the whole tournament was repeated 5 times over to ensure the success was robust and not just a fluke. Axelrod gave an example of a simple strategy. It would start each game by cooperating and only defect after its opponent had defected twice in a row. In total, Axelrod received 14 strategies, and he added a 15th called random, which just randomly cooperates or defects 50% of the time. All strategies were loaded onto a single computer where they faced off against each other. One of the strategies was called Friedman. It starts off by cooperating, but if its opponent defects just once, it will keep defecting for the remainder of the game. Another strategy was called Joss. It also starts by cooperating, but then it just copies what the other player did on the last move. Then around 10% of the time, Joss gets sneaky and defects. There was also a rather elaborate strategy called Grasscamp. This strategy works the same as Joss, but instead of defecting probabilistically, Grasscamp defects in the 50th round to try and probe the strategy of its opponent and see if it can take advantage of any weaknesses. The most elaborate strategy was name withheld, with 77 lines of code. After all the games were played, the results were tallied up and the leaderboard established.
The crazy thing was that the simplest program ended up winning, a program that came to be called tit for tat.
Tit for tat starts by cooperating, and then it copies exactly what its opponent did in the last move. So it would follow cooperation with cooperation and defection with defection. But only once. If its opponent goes back to cooperating, so does tit for tat. When tit for tat played against Friedman, both started by cooperating, and they kept cooperating, both ending up with perfect scores for complete cooperation. When tit for tat played against Joss, they too started by cooperating, but then on the 6th move, Joss defected. This sparked a series of back and forth defections, a sort of echo effect.
Okay, so now you've got this alternating thing, which will remind you of some of the politics of the world today, where we have to do something to you because of what you did to us. And then when this weird program throws in a second unprovoked defection, now it's really bad, because now both programs are going to defect on each other for the rest of the game. And that's also like some of the things that we're seeing in politics today and in international relations.
As a result of these mutual retaliations, both tit for tat and Joss did poorly. But because tit for tat managed to cooperate with enough other strategies, it still won the tournament. We're being joined.
Hey, my God, there's Professor Axelrod.
Hey, there's Steven Stewart's.
Whoa, what a treat this is.
And I imagined initially it'd be sort of like computer chess, where you need a pretty complicated program to play a sophisticated game. But in fact, it was not like that at all. It was the simplest strategy that did the best. So I analyzed how that happened.
Axelrod found that all the best performing strategies, including tit for tat, shared 4 qualities. First, they were all nice, which just means they are not the first to defect. So tit for tat is a nice strategy. It can defect, but only in retaliation. The opposite of nice is nasty. That's a strategy that defects first. So Joss is nasty. Out of the 15 strategies in the tournament, 8 were nice and 7 nasty. The top 8 strategies were all nice, and even the worst performing nice strategy still far outscored the best performing nasty one. The second important quality was being forgiving. A forgiving strategy is one that can retaliate, but it doesn't hold a grudge. So tit for tat is a forgiving strategy. It retaliates when its opponent defects, but it doesn't let defections from before the last round influence its current decisions. Friedman, on the other hand, is maximally unforgiving.
After the first defection, just from the opponent would defect for the rest of the game. Okay, that's it. No mercy. And that might feel good to do, but it works in the long run.
This conclusion that it pays to be nice and forgiving came as a shock to the experts. Many had tried to be tricky and create subtle, nasty strategies to beat their opponent and eke out an advantage, but they all failed. Instead, in this tournament, nice guys finished first. Now, tit for tat is quite forgiving, but it's possible to be even more forgiving. Axelrod's sample strategy only defects after its opponent defected twice in a row. It was tit for 2 tats. Now, that might sound overly generous, but when Axelrod ran the numbers, he found that if anyone had submitted the sample strategy, they would have won the tournament.
I mean, it's so clever. There's so many layers to this story. After Axelrod published his analysis of what happened, or circulated it among these game theorists, he said, now that we all know what worked well, let's try again.
So he announced a second tournament where everything would be the same except for one change, the number of rounds per game. See, in the first tournament, each game lasted precisely 200 rounds. And that is important, because if you know when the last round is, then there's no reason to cooperate in that round. So you're better off defecting. Of course, your opponent should reason the same, and so they should also defect in the last round. But if you both anticipate defection in the last round, then there's no reason for you to cooperate in the second to last round, or the round before that, and so on all the way to the very first round.
And so in Axelrod's tournament, it was a very important thing that the players didn't know exactly how long they were going to be playing. They knew on average it would be 200 rounds, but there was a random number generator that prevented them from knowing with certainty.
Yeah, if you're not sure when it ends, then you have to kind of keep cooperating because it might keep going and you might need them on your side. Yeah. For this second tournament, Axelrod received 62 entries and again added random. The contestants had gotten the results and analysis from the first tournament and could use this information to their advantage. This created two camps. Some thought that clearly being nice and forgiving were winning qualities, so they submitted nice and forgiving strategies. One even submitted tit for two tats. The second camp anticipated that others would be nice and extra forgiving, and therefore they submitted nasty strategies to try to take advantage of those that were extra forgiving. One such strategy was called Tester. It would defect on the first move to see how its opponent reacted. If it retaliated, Tester would apologize and play tit for tat for the remainder of the game. If it didn't retaliate, Tester would defect every other move after that. But again, being nasty didn't pay.
And once again, tit for tat was the most effective.
Nice strategies again did much better. In the top 15, only one was not nice. Similarly, in the bottom 15, only one was not nasty. After the second tournament, Axelrod identified the other qualities that distinguish the better performing strategies. The third is being retaliatory, which means if your opponent defects, strike back immediately. Don't be a pushover. Always cooperate is a total pushover, and so it's very easy to take advantage of. Tit for tat, on the other hand, is very hard to take advantage of. The last quality that Axelrod identified is being clear.
Programs that were too opaque, that were too similar to a random program, you couldn't figure them out because they were so complicated. It was very hard to establish any pattern of trust with a program like that because you couldn't figure out what it was doing. Not you, I mean the other programs it was playing couldn't figure them out. And so they would end up more or less defaulting to thinking every turn is like the last time I'm going to see you, so I might as well defect. What to me is mind-blowing about this is that these four principles, being nice, forgiving, provocable, and clear, is a lot like the morality that has evolved around the world that is often summarized as an eye for an eye. It's not Christianity, by the way. It's not turn the other cheek philosophy. It's some older philosophy.
What's interesting is that while tit for two tats would have won the first tournament, it only came 24th in the second tournament. This highlights an important fact. In the repeated prisoner's dilemma, there is no single best strategy. The strategy that performs best always depends on the other strategies it's interacting with. For example, if you put tit for tat in an environment with only the ultimate bullies of always defect, then tit for tat comes in last.
I wanted to see whether, for example, the tit for tat did well because it did well with really stupid rules that didn't do well at all themselves, that basically it took advantage of people.
So he ran a simulation where successful strategies in one generation would see their numbers grow, and unsuccessful ones would see their numbers drop. In this simulation, the worst performing strategies quickly shrink and go extinct, while the top performing strategies become more common. Harrington, the only nasty strategy in the top 15, first grew quickly, but then as the strategies it was preying on went extinct, Harrington's numbers also quickly dropped. This shows a main benefit of this simulation because it tests how well a strategy does with other successful strategies. After 1,000 generations, the proportions are mostly stable, and only nice strategies survive. Again, tit for tat comes out on top, representing 14.5% of the total population. Now, this process may sound similar to evolution, but there is a subtle difference, which is that in this case there are no mutations, so it's actually an ecological simulation. But what if the world you started in was different?
Imagine a world that is a really nasty place to live, more or less populated with players that always defect. Except there's a little cluster of tit-for-tat players that live in some kind of nucleus. And they get to play with each other a lot because they're geographically sequestered. They will start building up a lot of points, and also, because that translates into offspring, they'll start to take over the population. So, in fact, Axelrod showed that a little island of cooperation can emerge and spread. and eventually we'll take over the world, which is fantastic. How can cooperation emerge in a population of players who are self-interested, who are not trying to be good because they're good-hearted? You don't have to be altruistic. You could be looking out for number one, for yourself and your own interests, and yet cooperation can still emerge.
Some argue that this could explain how we went from a world full of completely selfish organisms, where every organism only cared about themselves, to one where cooperation emerged and flourished. From impalas grooming each other to fish cleaning sharks. Many life forms experience conflicts similar to the prisoner's dilemma, but because they don't interact just once, both can be better off by cooperating. And this doesn't require trust or conscious thought either, because the strategy could be encoded in DNA. As long as it performs better than the other strategies, it can take over a population. Axelrod's insights were applied to areas like evolutionary biology and international conflicts. But there was one aspect that his original tournaments didn't cover. What happens if there is a little bit of random error in the game? Some noise in the system. For example, one player tries to cooperate, but it comes across as a defection. Little errors like this happen in the real world all the time. Like in 1983, the Soviet satellite-based early warning system detected the launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile from the US. But the US hadn't launched anything. The Soviet system had confused sunlight reflecting off high-altitude clouds with a ballistic missile. Thankfully, Stanislav Petrov, the Soviet officer on duty, dismissed the alarm. But this example shows the potential costs of a signal error and the importance of studying the effects of noise on those strategies.
The word game sounds like it's a children's game, or there's something a misnomer maybe in calling it game theory, because these are life and death matters, obviously. And as you mentioned that this came up in the Cold War, I mean, it could actually be life and death of the whole planet. We could annihilate human civilization. So these are not games in any kind of trivial sense. It's just the term that is used by mathematicians and theorists.
When tit for tat plays against itself in a noisy environment, both start off by cooperating. But if a single cooperation is perceived as a defection, then the other tit for tat retaliates, and it sets off a chain of alternating retaliations. And if another cooperation is perceived as a defection, then the rest of the game is constant mutual defection. Therefore, in the long run, both would only get a third of the points they would get in a perfect environment. Tit for tat goes from performing very well to performing poorly. So how do you solve this? Well, you need a reliable way to break out of these echo effects. And one way to do this is by playing tit for tat, but with around 10% more forgiveness. So instead of retaliating after every defection, you only retaliate around 9 out of every 10 times. This helps you break out of those echoes while still being retaliatory enough to not be taken advantage of.
And so we also ran the tournament with noise and generosity. And that did quite well. My favorite example is tit for tat does really well, but it could never do better than the player it's playing with.
I mean, think about it. By design, all they can do is lose or draw. And yet, when the results of all interactions are tallied up, they come out ahead of all other strategies. Similarly, always defect can never lose a game. It can only draw or win. But overall, it performs extremely poorly. This highlights a common misconception, because for many people when they think about winning, they think they need to beat the other person. In games like chess or poker, this is true, since one person's gain is necessarily another person's loss. So these games are zero-sum. But most of life is not zero-sum. To win, you don't need to get your reward from the other player. Instead, you can get it from the banker. Only in real life, the banker is the world. It is literally everything around you. It is just up to us to find those win-win situations and then work together to unlock those rewards. Cooperation pays, even among rivals. From 1950 to 1986, the US and Soviet Union had trouble cooperating, and both kept developing nukes. But then, from the late 80s onwards, they started reducing their nuclear stockpiles. They too had learned how to resolve conflict. Rather than making an agreement to abolish all nuclear arms at once and essentially turning it into a single prisoner's dilemma, they would disarm slowly, a small number of nukes each year, and then they'd check each other to see that they had both cooperated, and then repeat the year after, and the year after that, all along checking to ensure mutual cooperation. In the more than 40 years since Axelrod's tournaments, researchers have continued to study which strategies perform best in a variety of environments. In doing so, they varied everything from payoff structures to strategies to errors and more. Some even allowed the strategies to mutate. While tit for tat or generous tit for tat doesn't always come out on top, Axelrod's main takeaways still hold. Be nice, forgiving, but don't be a pushover. Can I ask you, why did Anatole Rappaport submit tit for tat?
Well, the reason was because I asked him to. and he wrote saying, yeah, I'm willing to do that, but I just want to be clear that I'm not sure that this is really such a good idea. He was a peace researcher, and I think his own inclinations were to be much more forgiving and maybe and not be so provocable.
What I find fascinating is that one of the main things that sets life apart from non-living things is that life gets to make decisions. We get to make choices that don't only change our future, but also the future of those we interact with. See, in the short term, it is often the environment that shapes the player, that determines who does well, but in the long run, it is the players that shape the environment. So let's play a game, the game of life, and make your choices wisely, because their impact may reach further than you think. Using the right
Roblox is bringing back classic faces. Now, I know what everybody's thinking. Classic faces never actually left, and you're kind of right. Because, well, yes, classic faces never did leave, and you can still use them right now. Roblox themselves haven't really published a classic face in almost a year. That's because they've been working on more animated 3D faces. Like, bro, look at the animated man face. But during this winter event, Roblox has actually brought back the classic face with an item called the snowflake eyes. And bro, they low-key kind of look sick. Like, look, they literally glow. And in my opinion, I think classic faces are exponentially better than animated 3D faces because it's just not Roblox. Subscribe. Roblox is bringing back classic faces. Now, I know what everybody's thinking.
Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. And here. Michael here. Hey, Vsauce. What is here? What is there? What is there? What really exists? Do waves exist, or are there just things that are wavy? When does a piece of food stop being a piece of food and become me? Do chairs exist? Ontology is the philosophy of existence, and chairs are what philosophers call ordinary objects. Ordinary objects are the plain old common sense things we deal with every day. Spoons, buckets, rocks, stuff like that. Their existence is as obvious as possible, but the more we try to suss out where they are, the more sus they become. First of all, sure, this could all be a dream. Maybe we've all been hallucinating chairs all these years. Or this could be part of the simulated reality, pumped into our brains while our bodies are harvested for energy. But underneath that skepticism, there's a deeper ontological question we need to answer first. Regardless of whether this spoon is made of real atoms or simulated atoms, is it really possible to be made of something? Take a look at these two things. As we all know, 2 minus 1 is two? There are two things here. There's an origami crane and a piece of paper. I'm just kidding, of course. There's just one thing. The crane and the paper are the same. But watch this. Where'd the crane go? If the paper and the crane were truly identical, they would share everything in common. But clearly, they don't. The paper can survive being unfolded, and the crane cannot. Also, I made the crane, but I didn't make the paper. And the paper was around before the crane. You know, for two things that are the same, they sure are different. This relationship is called constitution. Paper constitutes the crane. It's a one-to-one relationship. But there's another kind of being made of going on here too. This paper, for example, is made not of one other thing, but of sextillions of things. Fundamental subatomic particles, electrons and quarks, or strings, or physical and virtual fields. This many-to-one relationship is called composition. Philosophers call whatever it is that matter is ultimately composed of symbols. A symbol is a thing that, unlike a piece of paper, has no parts, no substructure, not even a top or bottom. Now, it could be the case that there are no symbols, that there's just a never-ending chain of smaller and smaller substructure. Philosophers call such a reality a gunky universe. If structure never ends in the other direction and everything turns out to be part of something bigger with no final complete composite, that is known as a junky universe. Point is, believing ordinary objects exist and are made up of smaller things is quite common. It's called ontological reductionism. It's the position that wholes are nothing more than their parts. But our crane and our paper challenge that notion. It seems like being made of some things is different than just being those things. Let's agree on what it means to exist. Let's say that for something to exist is simply for there to be more than zero of it. So Pegasus exists if we mean, are there any winged horses in works of fiction and mythology? And Pegasus does not exist if we mean, are there any physical, flesh and blood winged horses that evolved on Earth through natural selection? Okay, so if we can agree on that, then of course chairs exist. There's this one right here. I can see it, and I can feel it, and I can taste it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's kind of dry, and a little bit salty. Dry and salty are what we call properties. Properties tell us what things are like. For example, this slice of cheese is floppy. By noticing and sharing properties, we can let each other know what to expect from things. And we all more or less agree on what things there are. We give names to stuff, and if they catch on, we put them in dictionaries with the word noun next to them. But are all of these nouns an inventory of the universe or an inventory of things we made? Let me put it this way. Do islands exist? Well, it's in the dictionary, and a quick look around confirms that there are more than 0 islands. So, yes, islands exist. But what about in-cars? An in-car is a car that is in a garage. As a car leaves a garage, an in-car diminishes at the threshold until it collapses into non-existence. Later, an extremely similar in-car may emerge at the same threshold when the car returns. Are there any cars in garages right now? Well, if so, then in-cars exist. But you might be thinking, that's not a thing. You just made that up. And it's silly. Being in a garage is just a property that a car can have. Stop trying to make in-cars a thing. Okay, but first of all, I didn't make it up. Eli Hirsch did. And second of all, if you think in-cars aren't things, wait until you hear about islands. An in-car might just be a relation between a car and a garage, but an island is just a relation between land and some water. Now, of course, island might be a more useful concept than in-car, but does that make islands objectively more real than in-cars? And what about trogs? A trog is an object whose parts are a tree and whatever dog is nearest. Here's a picture of one. Do you see the trog? This is its tree part and this is its dog part. You might be thinking, come on, how can that be a thing? The tree and the dog aren't even connected. Well, so what? These two pieces of fabric aren't connected, and yet they are a thing called a bikini. Now, sure, if we cut down this tree and burn it for warmth, we don't feel the need to apologize to what's left of the trog for destroying its tree part. But maybe we should? What if some extraterrestrials showed up and said they thought dogs and trees composed trogs? Would they be wrong? Could we convince them otherwise? Ontological realists believe that we could, that there really is a mind-independent answer to the question, what is there? People like Theodore Sider believe that the universe has joints, and that we can cut up reality into objective, real things by finding them. Ontological anti-realists disagree. Their position is that what we think there is just one way to cut up reality. It's a good one for us and our needs, but it's not objectively more true than any other. So, who's right? Well, if these blocks compose a tower, what do they compose now? Just because we don't have a name for this doesn't necessarily mean I haven't accidentally built something, does it? When do two or more things compose something else? Peter Van Inwagen calls this the special composition question. In Material Beings, he considers possible answers. Maybe things compose something only when they're in contact. Well, that's a good thought, but it doesn't explain how a bikini can be a thing, or why two books are still just two books when one is stacked on top of the other. You know, maybe a certain degree of fixation is required, or a melding. If a surgeon sewed us together and the skin healed with no seam and we shared the same blood supply, even then, it would seem wrong to say that we'd become some new kind of animal. There'd still just be me.
Fixation, unhealthy attachment. Persistent Trangawa. Attached later, so he has a huge fixation on Mickey. Which? Wait, okay, wait. Holy cow. What is this? Myers. Yeah, I don't know. Tiki, tiki, tiki. No. Okay, chat. Last of Us, bro. No. Where's Mad? I'll crack that. Okay. Amazing. Crack it. Oh god. I'm gonna die. Uncrackable, bro.
And you, but like stuck together. The philosophy of parts and wholes is called mereology, and mereological universalism is the belief that there is an answer to the special composition question. And the answer is this: any assortment of stuff, no matter how strange or scattered across time and space, composes a thing. Some pages compose these books, but I don't just have 2 books here. Oh no, there's also a third thing. Let's call it a took, because its parts are 2 books. There is also something composed of my left ear, the northern third of every brown trout in England, and the Eiffel Tower. Just because it doesn't have a name, and no one's ever talked about it before, just shows a lack of interest on our part. To a universalist, eliminating some composites but not others is just too arbitrary. We may as well accept them all. Eliminativism is any belief that accepts some composites but eliminates others. Peter Van Inwagen, for example, believes that there are no ordinary objects. No chairs or shirts or shoes. Right here, there are just some symbols, atoms or whatever, arranged shoe-wise. There isn't something else here called a shoe. But he thinks that because people believe that they themselves exist, and he can't see how something could believe it existed without existing in the first place to even think that, there must be people. He goes further, though, to argue that all living things exist. While admitting he doesn't have any knockdown arguments in their favor, he mentions that because symbols that are part of a living organism maintain the organism, while shedding some members and gaining others, all while remaining individuated from other organisms, unlike, say, waves of water at the moment of collision, clearly, symbols in the act of a life must compose something. That position is called organicism. It's been called the belief that people exist, but none of them wear clothes. Mereological nihilism is less generous. It's the belief that there are no trogs or in-cars or dogs or trees, because nothing ever composes. Now, the nihilist does not believe that there is nothing here. There are lots of symbols, but that's it. Now, that might sound puzzling. How can a bunch of fundamental particles arranged into atoms and molecules that are arranged like this not be a chair? I mean, that's just what a chair is. Well, good question. Let's call that deflationism, the belief that this is all silly and that all these positions are just talking past one another. I mean, they all agree on what reality contains. They all believe that there are symbols here and that those symbols are arranged into a chair shape. And since that's just what a chair is, they all believe in chairs. Those who say they don't are just being weird and contrarian. Deflationism has many supporters, and it truly is the heart of our issue today. But to address it, we should first see why it would be nice if all these parts did not form a chair. Let's begin with over-determination. If chairs really do exist, shouldn't they be able to interact with us? The thing is, though, everything this alleged chair can do can be described by referencing the behavior of symbols here and any other symbols that happen to come along. An account of the activities of every atom in this room leaves nothing for the chair to explain. Composites are causally redundant. Believing in chairs is like believing that, while yes, the burning gas from my stove completely describes why the water in the pot boils, there's also a magical invisible substance called boilo that comes out of my stove and does the same thing as the flame at the same time, and if there was no boilo, the flame would warm the water just the same, but there is boilo. Chairs are no more real than boilo. Composites overdetermine what happens in the world. They also lead to overcounting. For more on that, let's say hello to this video's sponsor. Hi, I'm Michael Stevens. You may know me from such films as Lady Gaga, Judas Parody, Key of Awesome number 42, and The Emoji Movie. But today, I'm here to talk to you about the Curiosity Box. This season, our subscribers will be receiving many things, including a shirt celebrating the Sherman line, a kit to find out what kind of bacteria grows on you, a puzzle that celebrates the average color of Neptune, and yes, also Uranus, and the first ever at-home demonstration of impossible colors. And right now, if you subscribe with code BOGO, we'll also send you our entire summer box completely free. Just pay shipping. How many things will you be receiving for this one ridiculously low price? Well, you might think 15. 8 things plus 7 things. But don't forget that you're also getting this entire collection and this entire collection. That's 17 things. Order now. That's a good deal. But the ontology seemed wrong. If I count some parts, I shouldn't also count the whole they compose. But if you believe in composite objects, you must, right? I mean, after all, the composite exists. So if this chair contains, say, 100 sextillion atoms, then there are actually at least 100 sextillion and 1 things here. All of the atoms and also the chair. That seems wrong. But wait, there's more. If I take a knife and scrape off a tiny part of this chair, is it still a chair? I think most of us would say that yes, it is still a chair, and it would still be a chair even if I removed a tiny bit again and again. A series of tiny, innocuous removals is called a Sorites sequence. The trouble they cause is that while it seems we must accept that each individual step doesn't annihilate the chair, clearly enough minute removals will eventually leave us with no chair. Nothing at all, in fact. But how can that be? How can subtracting 0 over and over again ever give a different result? Well, clearly, there must be a point at which a tiny change does make a difference. Now, different people might give different answers as to where that line is, but, we could just stipulate the boundaries. We could define chair in some extremely precise way. If we did that, if we defined the shape, function, and history that makes something a chair so precisely that even the smallest deviation could make or break its status as a chair, how could we know if we'd done it right? If we called up God and said, hey, dude, watch this. Okay, see this chair? Well, okay, now we're gonna remove a single atom from it. Ta-da, it's no longer a chair, is it? Would God be like, correct. You guys nailed it. That is exactly right. It was a chair before, and now, in my infinite wisdom, I can confirm that that single atom was exactly what made the difference. Unless there's some explanation for why a boundary should be drawn in a precise way instead of some other way, our stipulations are just arbitrary. Ordinary objects may be unredeemably vague. But being vague may actually be a feature of ordinary objects. For example, how many people is a crowd? 10 people standing together in a huge empty park might be more of like a group, but 10 people standing further apart in a tiny waiting room will feel way more crowded. The fact that our terms depend on context, that they're plastic, makes it seem less and less like they're describing things, and more like they're pragmatic, that rather than telling us what there is, they tell us what to expect. Peter Unger has pointed out that there's at least one kind of thing that can survive a Sorites sequence without paradox. Stuff. If you innocuously remove tiny pieces from something that is just some stuff, you will still have some stuff after each.
There's a ghost in there.
Oh my god, it will be.
One of the most dreaded days in Roblox history has suddenly fallen upon us as Roblox released Avatar Makeup. I want to quickly go over a few noteworthy bits of news before we get into the big one that happens to hold the answer to why Roblox removed 2D faces. First up, Roblox announced new features advancing avatars on Roblox, and some of you may notice the employee is wearing an item covering up their dynamic head. Anyway, it states that Roblox is making major advances
No, a flying paint of disfigured face.
in the fidelity, expressivity, and performance of avatars in 2026, which sounds scary. This advancement gives R15, aka Arthro users, the option to have moving fingers, shoulders, spines, wrists, toes, and other body parts. It appears that Roblox is giving the option to make every possible body part movable on an Arthro avatar, with the exclusion of anything obvious, of course. As you can probably guess, people really do not like this, and I honestly think it's a little creepy by Roblox's standards, but it probably will rarely be used. This is completely optional and isn't going to be forced like dynamic heads, and all things considered, probably won't be used much since barely anyone uses Arthro anyway. To see these, you'll have to find someone using Arthro who wants super detailed joint movement using facecam or emotes to move them in a game that allows it. The odds of coming across someone like this has to be near zero, so I wouldn't worry about encountering them much at all, if ever. This metaverse tech bro pipe dream is set to release in May 2026, and once it's out, it'll probably never be seen or heard of again. Something else I wish we would never see again is dynamic heads, and Roblox moderation might shockingly agree. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but several dynamic heads have apparently been deleted and undeleted by moderation. Roblox's moderation has somehow detected that some dynamic heads violate their policies and have removed them entirely. This not only makes the item deleted though, it's apparently also leading to those wearing them when they got deleted getting warnings or short bans. It's difficult to tell why Roblox deleted some dynamic heads, but I assume AI might have flagged them as knockoffs of the original 2D faces. Dynamic heads are a completely different item than the original faces, as they've got new IDs and upload dates, so maybe AI thought they were UGC knockoffs. We'll probably never know for certain what's going on here or if it'll continue happening, but to my knowledge, they're not deleted anymore, but I might be wrong. And the last thing I want to quickly go over before we talk about the dreaded makeup update is Roblox apparently trying to fix how dynamic heads work on R6. Obviously, dynamic heads aren't compatible on R6 by Roblox's choice, which has led to a handful of issues for R6 users and R6 only games.
The most widespread and noticeable one is many faces not having the correct face expression, meaning stuff like hockey face doesn't smile and completely ruins the face. A ton of faces, including expensive limiteds and many popular ones, face this issue, and it may have been another way to make R6 less used in preparation of a possible deprecation. To the surprise of many though, it looks like Roblox is actually fixing the expressions on R6 and making them have their normal moods again. They've also given a limited green starry sight a smile again, although it looks so bad that I wouldn't necessarily call it a fix. Giving faces proper moods on R6 is a small fix that's fine, but it doesn't fix any of the extreme accuracy, quality, shading, 3D part, and other problems these dynamic heads have. And now let's get on to the big one, as Roblox just released avatar makeup, and it's one of the most revolting things Roblox has ever released. Roblox has dropped avatar makeup, a new avatar item type that allows you to put makeup on your avatar's face and has been one of the most dreaded Roblox updates ever. Originally teased in like 2018 or 2019, Roblox avatar makeup is finally here and is garnering the exact type of reaction you'd expect. There are currently 5 different types of avatar makeup: eyes, eyelashes, eyebrows, lips, and face makeup. People are treating them all the same. There's a lot of dismay over how they look, how it's a key reason why 2D faces got removed, which has been confirmed by a Roblox employee, and concerns over moderation. Let's face it, the entirety of this feature does not represent a Roblox avatar style at all, and instead it looks like something out of IMVU. The item thumbnails themselves use these weird realistic Arthro avatars I've never seen before that are so incredibly uncanny. Makeup is foundationally built upon these weird Arthros too, meaning they're meant to fit on those Arthros that so few wear instead of normal avatars. When on normal R15 avatars, they often glitch out like crazy or act really weird since they're not built to fit normal Roblox heads the extreme majority of people use. This Spider-Man mask shows how well makeup maps on normal faces, and as you can see, it's absolutely horrendous and glitchy. Everything else seems to suffer the same, like the eyebrows, which appear to be directly attached to the dynamic head eyes, so they move and deform super weirdly. Lipstick covers mouths really weird because so few normal faces / dynamic head replacements have lips. Eyebrows operate weirdly because normal shaped heads don't have a place for them, nor do many dynamic heads have eyebrows. There have also been a handful of questionable makeups uploaded on day 1, and who knows what else could be allowed next. This is a feature that barely works on normal faces / heads, yet it's a major reason why Roblox deleted 2D classic faces and heads. It also appears that makeup does not work on R6 avatars or in R6 only games, meaning
你唔好搞電腦啊！我而家搞 AFK，計時唔好搞啊！你唔想搞啊？你唔好搞我電腦啊！記住啊，細佬。如果佢無啦啦10秒都唔撳咧，你就幫我咧開個 mouse 喐下撳翻去 ，OK？
如果真係 disconnect 咗，應該點樣？
你OK 得 disconnect 咗，你就開翻 OK， 撳 reconnect 去翻個 main realm， 跟住就你就入去撳 setting 啊，入個 setting， 跟住有 speedrun 嘅 speedrun， 跟住就開到去最滿，開到去撳300嗰個，跟住 stop speedrun， 跟住喐一下，咁佢開始計時你就得㗎啦 ，OK？ 多謝 BB， 多謝你嘅配合，一味配合，多謝啲咩啫？記住唔好搞啲功課啊！唔見咗我鬧你啦〜
好啊好啊，外掛模式真係好黐線喎，我真係玩過。但係佢好似咧，佢都唔係賺到好多積分㗎嘛，都唔會曬升到幾多呢嘅。我都唔會大升到幾多呢嘅個外掛模式。所以你賺嗰 level 嗰啲積咧嗰啲好少啫嘛都係。你在邊啊？你在邊啊？邊度？邊度？我升咗呢啊，唔依家。多謝。哇！喺你阿唔依家真係好缺少玩啊，大佬。你而家先贏咗800幾鋪嘅咋？你而家先贏咗980鋪啊咋？然後你連1000鋪都未贏咗啊！我先1361鋪啊已經贏咗。唔知你睇我個 profile 我已經贏咗361次喎。我唔知你贏咗680次。我都唔知我係光佢點啊都。外掛模式係啊，我試過喺外掛模式同2打2嗰啲人咧，跟住咧有啲人喺外掛模式入邊用外掛，喺外掛模式咧外掛，好搞笑啊！呢個好似外掛。係咯，我見過有人咧外掛模式入邊外掛㗎，不過好搞笑。喺外掛模式外掛。第一個應該係大力。因為黐線。啊！靚仔唔知啊。啊！靚仔，你真係進步咗英文。係咯。哇！反彈到。你唔使開自動，佢都會幫你自動嘅。係啊。我點解我睇我真係試過咯，補槍一下下轉頭。哇！又嚟反彈啦！你死！咩揭下先？黐線瞄準嚟嘅呢個。我爭20場1000，使唔使恭喜我？加油啊！我已經1000咗一排啦已經。你卡啊？我話咗喺呢個模式都有啲安全嘅，即係唔好用爆槍咯。喂。咦？條舞？你條友啊，學我。哇！你學人跳舞仲4-1輸緊，仲喺度跳舞，你以為有幾巴閉啊？有神啊！媽媽打。喂？做咩生媽媽？點上？因為冇大卡。 煎大爆炸，我直接我喺度博錢咧，跟住咧我將我之前賺咗嗰100幾鎖匙咧，即刻嘥晒 wrap one 度啦。我到而家仲未猜好多個 plastic wrap 俾佢報出啊，大佬，哈哈，仲未有個 plastic wrap 喺報出度。我收100盒50，即係40幾盒仲未抽中啊！我就係咯，恭喜我值得啊！呢個正常模式嚟㗎。哇！人哋寫下寫話要黐線，我揀呢個地圖俾呢個黐線。Sandbox， 我愛上咗 Sandbox 啊！突然之間。我真係。因為西 P 好肥啊！呢個。我都係。出嚟 ，yes， 真係打到。我好而家咧有啲，我而家開始有啲咧唔係幾中意呢一個 arena， 我中意 sandbox 多啲啊。喂，揀佢武器先，啱啊！哇！打到佢啊！有冇 size 打到人啊？耶！我幫佢扣149我超掂會咁樣殺。我報先嚟一次就殺。我又扣咗少少，哇！喂人咧，哎呀，喺後面。仲有10。你又懶得用呢個步槍嚟打到。我用啲冇腦嘅武器先喎。唔得。哎呀！我真係燒唔住人嘅。speedrun 咧真係好慢嘅。哇！我咪慢嘅大佬，因為我喺已經嗰個畫面度見到咧，佢完全唔係瞄準緊個人嘅。我有技巧，我有多謝。我已經用 Sophie 嗰個 setting 同你100。呢啲冇得擺落我張床。哈哈 ，Battle X。我聽到，但係冇做啫。因為我今期應盡啊嘛。陣已經唔好開始，我有用我嘅27個鎖匙嚟買 Red Box。因為今期啊！求你，我求你，真係嗌啦！我嘟啊，真係冇啊！又急，我好急啊！哎呀，咁長嘅。我好開心。哇 ，Supernova！ 有事咯，好冇？咩啊？兩條友都叫 Tempest 嘅，佢個仔嚟嘅，廢嘅全部都係，好明顯假。一個 Tempest，一個 Tempest。兩個 Tempest 係咪？Oh my god！ 我叫 shut up 先，老聲。 一早都解咗好耐啊，大佬，搞解。我一早都解錯咗佢。哎呀，殺咗一條友㗎。我都好似唔問下唔易啫，粒瞄準好大部分唔係咁。我做下啲傻傻地嘅嘢先。係咯，一個升咗部啊，不如一10%我唔知。哇！我就係知佢嘅10%嗰個係呢個10%啊，個10%嗰個就係 OK， 我睇你 OK 乜嘢？OK 係咪開話？外國好恐怖啊！嗰個哇塞！見唔到啊！我見到係差唔多球中，每槍都打中咗。有咩好啊？有咩好啊？都係用嗰個。我個專屬。我專屬。我用翻我專屬嘅 crossbow 先。我用翻我專屬嘅 crossbow。我相信。我攞個咩喂！你大寶啊！我懶得啊！我唔學靚仔啊，下下都大寶啊！我而家都連大寶都好耐冇大寶過。我嚟得你大寶你個頭。啊！我瞄準唔到。太快太唔慣，我都係用緊爆槍都慣啲。我快啲啊！咁多血夠，係喎，佢大寶咗，爆咗次頭。你而家射咗佢大寶嘅。爆頭。好慣用拳頭，但係好唔想用。我發聲出到。點樣啊？哇！佢最勁用呢個招啫，都唔係嘅。啊大寶啊！我真係好低血嗰時真係會大寶。啊但係太遲啦，睇一次大寶都係死一個。喂，轉過去 ，OK。離遠咗先啱嘅，大佬。後邊啊！多謝啊。我睇下佢可以 OK 幾多次先呢條。我睇唔到啊！佢就喺度狂 OK。啊 ！Oh my god！我飛咗。梗係啦，大佬，你又以為人哋錯，人哋蠢嘅咩？咁啊，打我就話 sniper。係喎，呢個我錯。成個梳。你搶咗我嘅嘢。我真用攞埋呢個 high call。唔該晒，你俾咗個位我可以用，俾咗，我拉出嚟同可以。你搶咗我嘅嘢。你諗都唔叫我有得豬啊！揸槍就死咗啦。死咗。個 Tempest 死咗，個 Tempest。你用咗10年嘅 Tempest，大哥。繼續。隻 DL。呢個 tempest 係咪 tempest 抵死？tempest tempest。知味道啊！他，我的妈妈就是一个咩啊？係咩啊？落咩啊？我唔去。我就去。呢條友咧就好懷疑嘅，我都係唔想上面啊，嗰啲慢嘅地方。我揀翻呢個，揀翻我最中意。我最中意用呢個地圖，我玩呢個地圖。得嘅話，陣間你攞 trap 懶得。喂。喂，咁就唔叫中一槍係嘛？我一個背仔吉斜個屎忽，跟住又話唔中喎。喂。有 rifle 俾人射。我完全失咗佢中嚟嘅，失咗佢中。懶得啊懶得啊，我得你用個 crossbow。喂，開始發瘋呢條友。盾牌都冇用㗎咋。佢都係飛入嚟嘅。咁都係會，佢都係會好快咁殺咗我先㗎。你睇到咧？太時勢啊，總裁！你加油！得㗎！做咩啊 ？Yes， 打到爆頭啊！呢條友，呢有個爆頭，你過嚟打佢啊！打到佢75啊！我都唔知啊，佢離開咗定係俾人 ban？佢俾人扣咗75㗎啦！我得唔得？我攞住盾牌先啊！喂啊，二啫咧！啊，多謝啊！唔知佢飛出街咯。喂，你盡量擺個盾牌喺個地下度，應該冇事㗎。幫唔到你，太遲啦！喂，死！要叫我盾牌？啊！唔想，冇位。好。冇。喂！唔知咋？耶，冇得㗎喎。炸死咗喺嗰個位置。聰明。又一次，睇佢會用咩？梗係咁樣得㗎。我攞金俾我。射咗一槍先。放得唔夠，睇。 我有個 travel 特俾你，你一嚟咧就秒殺死咗。個好似唔想再外掛咁係。等陣，俾個位我都試試，我都上嚟放火添喎。我上嚟放火啊！我要。哇喂！而家有 time limit 先喎。喂啊！最衰最慘你冇 travel 啦。我可以買㗎。咪買啊！應該唔係。滾！你們這是外掛滾！睇下佢飛嘅天上有幾開心。佢都係會俾 RPG 穿透㗎。因為我冇咁聰明啊！你真係知道會俾 RPG 穿透㗎。知啊。呢個外掛好恐怖。嚟啊！打翻你俾你。我想買花。點解咧？我哋可以一齊咧夾住咁咧塞住個門口咧，永遠入唔到嚟咁我哋冇得㗎啦。我想買花。你有幾個鎖匙啊？你留嚟做咩啊 ？energy bill 冇啊，真係不建議。travel 可以 trolling 咯 ，trolling。2隻雞啊！唔夠人啊！我買 travel。人生第一個用 key 買嘅就係。我人生第一次咧用 key 買嘅係係咩啊？係煲啊，係弓箭啊！人生第一次買嘅武器用鎖匙嚟。哦，課金啊！我人生第一次課金買嘅武器係噴火槍，係用鎖匙買嘅噴火槍。我幫住吹得嚟啊！仲有豬八戒發脾氣。係咩？野衝啊！真名高一個。點上睇 dogs 啊！我上你又要放。Yes。我封一邊你。我哋一直就諗住我留喺入邊一世㗎啦。得攞埋乜咳啦？唔要睇大佬。我封咗呢個嘢。打好我打好。打個任何嘢都做。唔使啦，其實如果真係入咗嚟先再放啦。其實我唔放。佢連刀啦，佢連刀。如果可以燒到佢哋就好啦咁樣。我嗰封得太好啦。咪留啲罅出嚟啫。見到佢啦。見到佢嘅人。哇！開咗。哇！封得好正啊！我嗰個。我又 make 下先有冇人打到佢？你有冇打到佢啊？你？你翻返嚟，快鬆咗啦！放咗。喂呀！唔好踢走我你！唔 二張啊！唔好再搞啊，大佬！明知有人仲要搞，你出翻去啦！你唔夠血㗎你。你幹什麼？二咗衰啊！我封呢邊啊，我封到完美。封得幾好見到啊！哇，完美啊，封啊，留咗個窿位出嚟可以射人咋。喂，入耳啊，背叛嚟㗎。哇！你一條神，封好啲啊嘛，唔易啫。易啫，封到慘啊！但係再輸得分咧，我哋真係要認真咁打啦。封好啲啊！一啲罅都唔好露出嚟啊！就係、哎呀，唔易啫，再封多次啊！唔好掂到嗰個位。唔好掂到嗰個位。二張啊，或者封好啲㗎啦。認真打，而家認真打啦！而家人哋知道咧，我會開始繼續玩咧，我哋認真打，認真打。跟住人哋咧用咗屎武器，人哋用咗渣武器㗎，人哋用咗 RPG 係 dog 數。買咗都唔嘥嚟㗎係咪？我覺得抵啊！係啊。而家佢哋開始認真鬥戰。我陣間再轉翻啲氣度，我跟住做翻。係啊，點解又要轉嘅？佢而家又知道我哋認真打，轉嘢轉嘢轉嘢轉嘢，轉嘢轉嘢。嚟。我打 travel 嘅。二張啦！你封嗰邊？封得唔夠做咩啊？哎呀，封得唔夠好，死啊死！一定要出去㗎我等呢個門開咗即刻炒出嚟。我打唔到啊！喂，呢條報咗分啊！我再俾人爆槍添喎。認真係，就係有另一個要講認真啊！我拼波再加個波波啦。早雞啊！咁細聲，你唔講小魔蛋？你叫佢講，你叫我耷低頭點為準做乜嘢？我冇啊！係咩？啊啱嘅，啱啱打咗佢幾下。哇！我開第二人試睇下。係啊。聽到你補個子彈聲啊！係咩啊？講下。哇！喂！ 啱喎，冇嘥咗先，唔好嘥咗。俾貼士你先。再指出。喂！步步車。打到去西撇下。唉。我而家開始用咗 energy crystal 先，我想要個新 set 嗰個嘢，幾靚嘅新 set。我用 code 汁。我衝去人哋嗰個。喂。做咩啊？哎呀，唔易啫，你又害咗我大佬。二張用閃光彈講聲大佬。哦，大寶先。係咩啊？波池。好唔放心啊！耶，我識咧。好吧。啊！追過嚟一笨，我唔信你追得過嚟啊！通通通通通，哇！人哋242咧都唔屎。唔知啊，真係冇睇嘅。travel 配地雷啊？呢個幾款嘅，都試過。其實咧，你可以你可以當個陷阱咧係一個反彈嘅。你放啲陷阱，你放兩個陷阱同一個位置，而家人哋喺嗰度咧，你試下用個 energy rifle 反彈都得嘅。但係就而家咧，你冇咁有錢，做唔到。我做到，但係。你飛得起啊？係咩？睇你飛得幾高？哎呀！OK，多謝。你一開始就喺度閃光彈，我幫住你。喂，對你啊！哇，mini gun啊！mini gun！扣咗半血，即係應該你射多佢2下得㗎，爆槍。啊！而家要射晒3下啦。就實。佢107咧，好勁。啊！又唔提聲，大佬，我以為嗰咩炸彈嚟添啊！唔該晒啊！啱啱好似我啱啱爭啲俾人射，大佬。感謝，我懶得轉啊！啊！點解我擰轉頭都可以中招嘅，大佬 ？Tell me why？ 哎呀！你射多下得㗎啦，爆槍。 我見佢好似50，唔記得。我睇個顏色佢應該係50。啊爆出！見得你啊，我哋爆唔啦。係啊，唔緊要唔興啊。嗱你掉咗陣時，我先到，跟住應該再到喎。你唔掉啊？我掉，因為啲死。我好彩冇。我就係。唔係冇咗。你好似冇嗰個皮個地方。黑白皮。咩啊？而家仲有你。你我哋用 shotgun 嚟喂。喂 flashback 小心。好彩真係冇中招。我1700啊！用啲黐線啲嘅冇路嘢，用噴火槍。佢都落地。係咩？哇！我燒咗你先啦。哇！你又見到好似揸住乜嘢喎？啊！你睇我多龍啊嘛！哇！係好彩。仲攞3條繩。唔緊要，佢因為佢聰明啊嘛，佢聰明，佢點會攞3條？佢嗰個條女型。我屁股跟抽到個屎嗰個。爸爸。捏着。捏着。又係呢個又係佢哋。捏着。媽。捏着。媽。捏着。媽。做咩叫我媽媽？嚇？爸。哦，媽媽。我有拉出嚟琴晚做咩？你掉咗先。哇！你katana嚟㗎，仲唔 katana？嘿嘿，俾人射啦你，唔 katana。我想講我唔 katana，以為呢係個波嚟㗎。係咩？咁勁啊！佢個真係好聰明。我之前。有對爆發，爆啊！啊，應該我爆唔到，因為你唔係爆我嗰邊啊。我維護你。哎呀！誒，掉街嘅，有咩事我掉街啊佢？哎呀，哈哈哈！都係半嘅解翻嚟。頂麻啊！嚇！做咩啊？乜嘢啊？即係可能臨死之前咧，點按個 flashback，但係你下鋪同佢有少效，可以我上唔到嚟啊！啊，野手用嘅，我用個雪糕筒就上到嚟，終於。好啦。我用個雪糕筒。我而家發現我自己咧玩 rifle 咧，我個手又側咗。我都要爆發，我都要爆發，耶！我都有爆發。喂，唔好當慢嘅。啊，食翻啲啦！我嚟啊，嚟啦！我自己中我自己啊！喂喂！喂，唔好震人哋啊！ 我教低咗個 sensitivity 啫。哎呀，爆到我，多謝晒。我喺度咧當人啊嘛，係冇？喂，我明知攞 XO 跟住喺度 katana 嘅，一槍搞掂。唔易啫啦，大佬你50滴佢就得㗎啦。啊！我試下用其他武器先。我用個煲啦，我用個煲。我懶得配其他嘢，我都唔想配嗰乜嘢。不過，屌啊！哇！真係唔得啊！我都唔係射你，點解你 katana 嘅後面嗰條？認真玩啊！阿姨，喂呀！我空中啊！喂，壞咗啊！我好。OK，我太留意住啦，雪糕筒我上唔到去啊！喂，我都上唔到去嘅突然之間，我唔理啦。喂，點啊？攞住武士刀啊，大晒大佬！你咪寫張槍乖㗎啦，嗱係啦。啱啱嗰條喺度想嚇我咁啊，跟住攞住武士刀咁，攞武士刀的確大晒。蚊蚊 mini 故事呢？唔夠人。好彩啫，佢咁高咧。我都係見到。咦，嚟 shooting range。shooting range 過嚟啊！2張過嚟啊！我做不過來。過嚟。睇呢個。過嚟。我做不過來。你過來，你過來。過來，多少？睇下。睇下，睇下。可以打到人㗎。咩啊？你咩咁停㗎？你想打咯喎。乜事啊？喂，你點做㗎你？唔好再咁停啊！咁停嘅係機。我係機㗎嘛。係啊。已經教我點做先？點㗎？教我先。擺上去。我喺呢度。點啊？哇！得咗。watch。 怎咋？哦，都幾高嘅，高過自正常。啊！我唔使彈床都飛得更加高喎，臭鼻啊！我有個人咧喺度扮 feel hood 啊，有時候有人扮 feel hood 啊。我第三個課今日就係啲咁嘅部分。我係要玩冇腦遊戲嘅，我就係要堅持玩啫。超好用！我都唔知彈到幾遠，好似冇分別。吹走咗個人啊！你快彈起啊！你用我射一個仔。你過嚟啊！你過嚟！哎呀，我想吹走佢。去邊啫你？咁煩嘅，飛嚟飛去。媽媽 B B 爸爸。爸爸，我俾人貝多分咗。睇呢個，我睇一樣咁高。失敗。你入咗地下，你啱啱係。被你發現了。我哪裡給你？我俾個 trouble 搞死我。哇！操！哎呀，太慢啦我！哇，啱啱上升天啊，大佬！等陣仲有次，你用 satchel 炸佢啊，好勁喎！哦，快用 satchel！哎呀 ，go！突然間矮咗嘅。我俾 feel 打 feel 好夠。我就失敗咗啊，冇得彈起。我彈唔起啊！佢估佢自己跳，咪就係咯。用翻啲有用啲嘢冇用。但係 flame throw 啊！走開啦你！哇！喂，過嚟啊！哎呀，想吹到佢啊，好慘！我做唔到嘢喎。呢條友真係以為自己 feel， 做嗰啲乜鬼爛鬼動作嘅嘢咧，佢自己打緊嗰時候唔會做嘅。你唔想玩你有冇 crossbow？ Yes， 爆頭。好低血㗎咋個 feel hood。Yes， 死咗。我梗係你追到我㗎，你有一日會追到我㗎。有一日會追到我㗎。低2日你就追到佢。哎呀，低血好低血，超低血。理佢低唔低血，我自爆頭。 哦咁啊，好高佢啊！小心啲啊，唔易啊！好高佢啊！認真玩啊，唔好搞其他嘢。我中意搞機。哦，OK。你同姐姐咁，姐姐你同人哋啊？誒，我知啊，你個姐姐養咗個女仔，跟住錫對錫。機啊嘛你。機嘛，同你阿哥追追，你追嘴對嘴啊！耶！除一個 feel hook，死人 feel hook。係我 X 筋啊！屁股屁股屁股。我應該玩多2鋪就可以再升得呢啦而家。屁股屁股屁股屁股好似外國啊？似啊。係嘅。好似啊，大佬。哦，咁咪。好正常喎，呢人真係好正常。喂，點解玩 Easy Explorer 嘅我哋？我幾時話要玩？我而家變咗我哋全部都係 hacker 咯而家。係啊，我180你。大佬啊，唔知真係唔好阻住我用啲 travel。我中意啊，點解唔俾啊？唔俾啊！攞個條先，USB啊！西班牙。呢個 aim assist 咧完全係100%咁，唔係真係200%咁係。佢超跟住人喎個 aim assist。基本係冇怕唔會中到人。個 aim assist 咧真係好好 aim assist，個 assist 得好好 assist 真係。我後面支援你。使乜支援我啊？支援咗你就係。你唔可以招呼我啊！我招呼。哦，我成日齋用 travel 殺佢哋啊！好啊，我齋用個 Tana 做忍者我做。喂唔好啊喂！都係唔好啦，人哋。RPG。頂級 RPG 嘅。我打。我喺後面用個步槍支援。喂，講好咧就係用近戰啊嘛。我唔講好啊而家，我講衰。你講好咗？幾時講？我 energy pistol 啦。喂！呢個完全係 aim assist 200%啊！哇！線落街啊！我俾人線落街啊！線落街啊！好聰明。睇下幾時肯放手，幾時肯放手，睇下你幾時肯放手，睇下幾時肯放手。我第一次玩呢個模式。我第20幾次，我啲50幾次玩嘅模式啦。我第67次。屁股屁股屁股。豬肉啊！飛豬肉。香蕉好好食。 谷的奶好好食。
你話你做咩哥奶奶啊？
奶奶奶。
朱古力奶。
豬奶豬奶奶。
明白明白。你公公公大多加多風沙。
我唔巴變。
我跳芭蕾，你那個家伙。
哇係。喂。耶！全部都係我 assist 嘅。
打你啦！
哈哈呜！
我爸爸，我爸爸，
我爸爸那啥，就是你。來，我對你打，來，紅線，我對你打，我對你打。
你公公。
喂，上色哦。我睇你哋去邊㗎嘛？
呢個我所指嗰個自動射加睇人喺邊。
佢都唔識做嘢嘅，其實佢都唔知佢可能佢連自己都唔知做乜嘢。我有1000個傷害啊，1001個傷害。
玩就玩其他 game 啦。
我唔得，我唔可以放棄嘅，我要繼續玩。
唔要。
你想玩咩先？你玩咩啊？我換翻嚟3。
我都。
今日我繼續玩 Marvel。
玩Poppy Playtime。
先唔會，同埋有得玩咩？
玩 Cook Friends 咯。
唔要。
玩。
唔要。
玩咧。
我唔係機㗎嘛。
玩咧。
我死人凳派我可以同佢絕交㗎啦已經。我玩其他模式㗎我。1打1。
我呢隻 game 幾好玩喎，叫 Friend。
開翻眼你先意思。我都唔理佢嘥唔嘥我把嘥錢。
佢都會彈嗰隻 game。
痛！哇！我死緊啦！
玩就冇睇嘅。
死啦！
我呢個係 Math for Friend 喎。快啲啊！一雞等於3。哦，到啊！
個個飯都 elephant。
我人生第一隻 Brainwash 字咯， 幾隻嘅，可能係好勁。直播開齊。
嗰時想做咩？好多分，嚇死人咩？
就係西班牙。
嗰陣時我想淨係用 revolver 打電話。啊！我傻傻地用 revolver 嚟搞掂喎。好廢條，佢成日都係槍佢先嘅人咧，跟住係啲成。
我原來個見到人就變咗手機佬，你先係。
Yes， 嘥死咗佢。我升到呢咩啊？玩咗鋪先可以升到呢啊。OK，玩2打2得啦。我嗰時真係愛你啊！我愛你啊！哈哈哈，真係好愛你啊！你可以用乜鬼事啊？啊哈！我真的愛你。衝衝衝走你！喂，隊友支持我，你唔好支持嗰乜鬼死嘅地圖 ，yes， 支持我。
我買到鹽
幣，鹽幣，鹽幣，鹽幣，鹽幣，嗶嗶嗶。
做嗰邊咁貴啊喎！啲人驚就嗰邊好貴。
差唔多個人我都覺得貴。
好成數位嚟嘅。
哇！對係好廢喎，一槍都打唔中人哋，哇！真係你玩我個2打1啊，唔係1打2喎，一篤屎啊個隊友！哇！好鬼屎啊真係！冇嘢啦你，我粉冇用嘅隊友，睇下喐都唔識喐嘅，連個人喺後面都唔知啊真係。爆頭啊！同我爆咗頭位啊！呢隊友，啲人隊友你已經有安全出過嚟，唔好咁快。喂呀！ 人都唔喺度，用咩鬼武士刀啫？喂，唔好狂命佢啊！啊！冇用隊友啊！呢個遊戲啊，叫我淨係離開租嘢人。
哦，原來呢隻 game 有 bug 嘅，打光。我 skip toilet 喎又。skip toilet 喎。我有煙牌。佢揾到啦。
冇啊！我要俾人死得出瓜噶。哇！好勁啊！呢個廢物隊友，我自從升咗你啊，唔緊要，離開遊戲可以。我屋企玩 block fruit 咯，好掛住遊戲。嚇！一啲人掛住我啫，其實，但我想玩啊，但我想玩下啫。
我唔批准啊！
點解啊？
唔批准啦，因為
點解啊？
就憑我唔批准。
點解啊？
因為我是你爹。
講得係嘅。
好煩啊！間唔中都想買嗰個結果。
啱嘅，講得啱，唔應該玩嘅。咁啊，我玩 block fruit 版嘅 Easter 啊。Easter。大佬俾我探訪下嘅，咁你都俾我探訪下嘅遊戲啊！
我就想知即係我做玩多
冇啊真係，我好耐冇睇到佢咁窮啦，已經係。
作者手咁㗎。
開始唔記得點玩遊戲先。喂，我開始越嚟越唔記得咗點玩遊戲啦。
我就喺度打。
OK，咁樣，係咪？
你即係打碟機佢。
喂，打我唔會死㗎我唔無辜㗎，因為我死唔到㗎。
天陽飛機場其他種豬。
可能咧就咩都攤喺邊度先飛嗰啲。
我哋唔好嬲啊！我聽講係中文本來事實，所以唔嬲啊！因為咁惡啊！知道咪？我聽講係本來事實，所以你唔可以嬲啊！有。
哇！人哋入到水嘅添，我都唔記得咗。
我即係遠咗㗎，所以話。
我都頭啊！
你個靚仔情侶神身。
梗係啦，我梗係同好人都情侶啦，但係咁多人都贏一路。
我理佢三隻豬油皮，乜都齊晒，差唔多。都明，係你屬虎定屬豬？因為我成日都發肥嘅。啊，係啊。人都算正常。
玩啲冇命第二先。
咁除咗俾玩咧，
唔得，
你可以入嚟玩啊。
唔想。
我仲有兩個我買啲紅卡。
OK。我入去二海先。我唔希望入去二海俾人破壞啦。太耐冇玩呢個遊戲。
你幾耐冇玩過？我1年冇玩。
大半年冇玩過。
我就係入到 first C。
大佬入咗去 second C 啦，你早就已經。你係咪高 level 㗎而家？應該仲係。
你幾 level？
1159咯。1143我真係高 level 嚟，即係高你啲咁多嘅都係。block through 度咯。
我有個車都。
我喺二海啊！我唔要，唔好走，唔好入嚟，入翻嚟，入翻嚟，入翻嚟。冇嘢吹喎，大佬真係。
係啊，你睇啊。你最多同我講啲嘢俾。
我冇嘢喎都。仲有9尾狐先可以跑步快啲嘅，仲要9尾狐。我抽個水果希望，哇好貴大佬，但係照抽啦。犧牲我一切嘅，希望抽啲好嘢。都唔緊要，其實都唔緊要。唉，真係估到。9尾狐喺隔離啊，大佬。咪就係咯。哇，好鬼貴啊！呢個值5000，我哋俾 shadow 我點樣還債你啊？我最貴就係得呢個咋，我最貴。喂，你冇位啊，大佬，想我點啊你？哎呀，冇啊，最貴就係得呢個咋喎。
我俾個5
其實 creation 我都需要。因為我有咯，大佬啊嘛，唔係你想俾我咩啊？我有 spider 啊，我係。我走啦，嘿嘿。咁慢嘅你，快啲啊！咦，我殺人先，我真係殺啲嘢先。
我升嘅。
我變唔到新經嘅，哦係喎，未夠先，我選錯嚟嘅真係。
我升嘅。
等埋我先，等埋我先，等埋我先。等陣啊！你變完身嗰條我過嚟啊！我可以行喺水上面嘅喎，記得。我而家跑得超快，仲未係最快嗰個模式，所以就等你。我都唔記得晒啲招式點用，呢個就。
橋嗰個等你。
哦，係橋等啊。OK， 變身。幾醜嘅。
我忍多個喺橋嗰度啊。
等陣，我等我個火熄咗先，好煩，我唔想我個火着住。死咗 ，OK， 又跑過嚟啦。
我喺橋喎。我嗰個
有陣我加你嘅 ally 啊，我加你隊友啊，已經接受啊。2張接受咗個 ally 啫，接受。喂，撳錯咗。我嚟緊啊！
我哋喺度湊狗啊！
上嚟啊！
都係橋
做咩唔上嚟？衰啊！我咁我行水。
我波頭咗大哥。
啱嘅，咁我走先。
你去邊啊？
我都唔知我想去邊。水快先。
我喺度 gravity 啊。
上嚟啊！Gravity gravity 咩啊？喂喂喂喂喂！你講緊你同佢嗌交咯，喂！喂你邊位啊？你 crew captain 講嘢你，耶！我唔理我嘅，你講兩句跟住就唔理我啦，大佬。呢個邊度嚟㗎？喂蛋喎，蛋！喂，有人俾人打緊先。我有逼蛋喎而家。你揾到蛋啊？揾唔到蛋嘅喎。我100個糖果蛋。死啦你！仲唔死？你仲唔死？死啦！係你仲唔死？你死啊！OK，多謝。已經可以變肥隻標。喂！邊個叫佢掂我啊？死開啦！又叫令到我着火，真係衰啊！哦。呢個咩啊？哦，放火我記得呢個放火。喂，邊個俾你掂我？好低傷害我。好無聊啊呢個嘢。九尾狐好無聊。我用翻 Jordan。九尾狐真係好無聊，用咩好呢？地方。已經係好，帶我一齊打嗰個 Buddha。得我打叫我哥哥。哥哥，你叫你哥哥一齊啊？豬八戒。幾時可以同你一齊打 Raider？佢話佢想打我 Buddha。佢打我好打，廢物咁喎。咁你係唔已經夠廢啦？嚇！我有啊。我摁變身啊！好打。佢嗰個最難打。已經你喺度升呢咁咩？打咯。已經你喺度升呢咁咩？我喺個九窿度。你喺九窿度升呢㗎係咪？係啊。我唔係喎，我喺雪地嗰度。我最快啦，而家我嘥時間啊！我跑嚟跑去喺度嘥時間嘅其實而家。我跑翻我應該要去定嘅地方先而家。嬲！我 rap up。我跑去對面嗰度而家。我變身咗變動光。啊！九尾狐跑快啲好慢。真係個身材㗎，真係個身材。咁因為我係唔會，因為九尾狐就得嗰5條尾啊，大佬唔公平。我讚嘢，我唔想用九尾狐，我都用個 life fruit。我食水果啊！喂，揾到條蛋，我揾到個蛋，我有啄你。通常我先出到挖水果。係咩？咩啊？先出到挖水果？即係你啊？佢有啲都叫 slingshot。你 slingshot 咧 ？slingshot 啊，諗下先。slingshot 叫 slingshot， 特別。我按變身先，OK， 我係整個 life fruit 啦，我至愛 life fruit 啊。一攞係冇先最緊要。咩啊？咪喺嗰個冰度咯。啱個 boss 先，然後打 boss 先。 記晒呢個地方點玩喎，大佬變晒嘅，個 boss 地方喺邊度打嘅最係？係啊，我打 boss 啊，但係個 boss 位置。哇！喺我橡膠水果咧，其實就係可以變到上面膠蛋繼續升。因為嗰時候咧，我800幾咧，即係嗰時我升到橡膠水果。係咪嗰間屋咧？試下先，飛過嚟試下。因為個 boss 乜嘢嚟㗎咧？咦，有7分鐘嘅，我喺度等，哦，好有耐。通常你咪黑雲區㗎？係啊 ，boss 嗰位置啊。hot 定係 cold 㗎？我喺 hot and cold 啊。你凍嘅？喺 hot and cold 咯。你凍嗰個位就係？你 hot and cold 度。hot and cold，cold 啊，cold 啊。你講我係啊，都知啦，你講我。飛臭我都唔喺 hot and cold 度嘅。邊度啊？我喺 hot 度啊，飛臭都唔喺度。飛臭啱啱講都係大話嚟。哦，你嗰個雪度又，你嗰個位就係有冰河嘅。飛臭你係咪盲嘅大佬？我都唔喺嗰度，你喺度放嘅嘢出嚟。飛臭你，我都呃到啦。我哋等咗7分鐘個 boss 先肯出嚟見我，5分鐘嚟㗎。係咪 slow motion？ 飛臭你係咪真係慢嘅？再講飛臭啦，飛臭。有個咩啊？嗰啲爬梯，有個梯喺度嘅，有個梯。有個係咯，總之係都有個嘢喺我面前。我寫啲公字出嚟先，睇下睇唔睇到啦。真係睇唔到。喂，爭啲咁長嘢。哇！我就係可以超越鄧柏宇嘅包田喎已經，我就係可以超越鄧柏宇嘅包田啦。鄧柏宇嘅包田係2.51啦，2.51M 啦，跟住我就係2.50M。咩啊？係咩？我就揾到一隻㗎咋。飛臭我都唔知我喺邊度。我再射多一次弓箭啊！睇下睇唔睇到啦。睇唔睇到啊？哦，太慘啦！俾打埋 boss 我都係走唔得。Oh my god！呢個好難玩㗎。飛臭。過嚟第22關有明白。係啊。但係嗰盤咧合翻條。雖然你覺得好人知，明白自己好不好？我玩 sniper 先。hit 咗。 我記得呢一個先係 sniper，呢個唔係 sniper，係用槍啫嘛，即係用個真版嘅爆頭槍先。呢個爆頭槍，我好中意用佢嘅。miss 咗，落去先唔好理住。我話冇撳住先嘥緊嘢。我唔小心射咗條友啊！好搞笑，佢以為有神打咗佢，其實有個爆槍喺度打佢。喂，對唔住，放過啊！放我啊！
如果我簽佢啦，都少發我啦。我終於過咗啦！
我唔小心爆槍咗死咗一條友咧，跟住俾人嬲喎。嗱，boss 用出嚟啦嘛，瞓著好啊，等，你仲有個爆槍先。我唔識打人牌。唔準啊！ 仲喺度賺緊啊！我而家216咧。
哇，真係幾快！
唔快啊，其實覺得好慢咋，我認為。好認真玩緊啊而家！覺得爆槍人士啊！ Go Mexico. Robux。
你品到？你冇晒 Robux，你做咩之前唔撳 shop，跟住撳 more，跟住撳 gifting，跟住就為咗呢個67啊，唔可以俾67嘢㗎。你之前應該俾呢個啊嘛，係咪啊？應該咧係贈送他人，施你個愛心俾其他人。哥哥，你睇下，人高嘢股，咦好咁似你金朝賢嗰個人嘅。係咯，金朝賢嗰個嘅。但係唔係 friend 嚟㗎佢好似。誒，Chibi Cyber，嗱你唔俾 Chibi 嘅 BB 我。但係咧，Chibi BB 我有個 Chibi Mac 嘅。你係咪 Chibi baby 我嘅？我要 Chibi baby。咁你做咩冇 Granny Launcher？冇啊。佢冇 Granny Launcher？冇 Granny Launcher？嗱，睇下3日時間啦。你冇 Granny Launcher？我已經用咗3日時間啦，得話咧Diamond 都嚟緊啦，已經係。呢個我個 Mac Diamond 都嚟緊啦。呢個冇鎖匙。你冇。喺度笑嘅。4個鐘。哥哥，Minus Touch 係我目標，係其中一個武器入邊。Minus Touch 係一個目標。Minor Touch。Minus 係嘛？Minor Touch。嗰頭識咗嘢。做乜屙尿我咁大聲啊？係咪 Neve 嗰個啊？呢個係 Min 唔係佢啦。係咪 Neve 啊？夠聽？係啊，唔一定 Neve 嘅，你其他武器都得嘅。呢個係 Neve 嚟嘅。得啦，快殺人咪得咯，你唔殺人？你入唔入嚟？同我玩啊！哎呀，我陣間沖涼先啊。陣間沖涼咁咪而家同我玩啊？玩唔到喎，我放緊 recording，記得住。
该是玩偶是人的八个零星。 Dinner. 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 Dinner.
Converted to fuel, it can perform the moon landing over 4,000 times. If Mike Tyson and his amount of heat and vaporize this amount from room temperature is around 23 megajoules. I don't know how much energy. Nothing is.
Nothing beats just a good holiday.
It is officially April, and that means that Beastmas has officially been extended, as you do see, by 30 days, and it is now ending on the 31st of April, and same with the Robux bundles and everything. But you're probably wondering, well, if Beastmas got extended, where's the new update? Where's everything and everything? And well, let me tell you guys right now, right over here on what on it has said, and he has also spam admin abuse easy and rebooting the servers, so yeah. But I know it's April Fool's, so no, on it hasn't really done anything or joked around in any way exactly, apart from actual admin abuse, which you'll see in a second. She spawned tons of festive beans and everything, which you probably missed because it was really late at night. Anyway, though, what it has said over here is I'm still working on the remaining quests soon, so the reboot the servers is also been out to admin abuse. Don't know why my messages are sent twice. Anyways, sorry for not having them done yet, but they will be done soon. And okay, let's reboot. So yeah, what I basically said is still not exactly finished with all the quests. I mean, I'm sure it's not zero progress because he's updated Buzz yesterday, maybe 200 plus times, which is amazing. And at the end of the day, it's only really 5 quests and the new company, but it does seem like we will see it today, which I'm really excited for. It might also do more quests, such as Dapper Bear quest, but I doubt you will because probably just wants to get this out as fast as possible. So the Dapper stuff and BBM stuff would definitely not be here instantly, is what my prediction is. I mean, they might be here, but at the end of the day, as long as we get 5 BB quests and the new company today and the other new Crown Hive skin, if I remember correctly, then I'll be happy. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, so aside from that, on it still working and probably having the rest of the quests and new come today or later today, it has actually, as you do see over here, summoned loads of things for the bees from admin abuse, such as the April Fool is planted festive sprouts, as you are seeing, so loads of festive sprouts was summoned. It has planted gummy sprouts over in the springtime. Simple to going crazy. I mean, festive sprouts. Let me know if you guys were there though.
When you think about Mario Kart, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Is it getting Mario Karted?
Fuck!
Or is it making that sweet last-second comeback while dodging the shock to get first place? Mario Kart is a racing game, but the thing that defines Mario Kart and separates it from other racing games is the items. If you're like most players, the items in Mario Kart are simple. You drive through an item box, see what you get, and you start using it. Speed item, faster item,
He thought he could be toxic without me seeing
哥哥，嚟啊！嚟睇下。哥哥。哥哥。哥哥嚟睇下，嚟睇下，嚟睇下，哥哥，哥哥，係。第四個都好嘅。第四個都好。第一個都好嘅，第一個。你嗰邊邊係咪？No。我都有。姐姐，為什麼我害怕？還第二個。加油，我未 fail。我未得啊，仲關緊。我睇下幾時完啦。得，我睇下幾時完。
What condition is caused by insufficient fluid intake? Disruption.
Dehydration.
What's the capital? What's the capital of Mexico? Brazil. How'd you get to Brazil? Was it close? Like.
同学们，今天不上课，老师带你们玩剧本杀。真的假的？还有剧本杀可以玩？当然是真的，你们可以选择自己喜欢的主题。
老师，我们可只玩硬核本啊。
有，老师精心挑选的这些本啊，什么主题都有。
老师，那我要恋爱本。
可以的，包你玩完之后心跳加速。老师，我要惊悚本。
老师，我要上脑推一本。
有，都有。来，一人一本，发下去啊。等老师的指令，再打开。这些本呢，集合了悬疑、推理、烧脑，总时长90分钟。现在各位同学可以翻开第一页喽。
这不是手拿把掐。
时效物理剧，全国高考英语真题。
这不是数学。
好棒啊！
同学们，游戏开始喽！同学们，今天不上课，老师带你们玩剧本杀。真的假的？还有剧本杀可以玩？当然是真的，你们可以选择自己喜欢的主题。
老师，我们可只玩硬核本啊。
有，老师精心挑选的这些本啊，什么主题都有。
老师。
12 powers. Raw.
包你玩完之后心跳加速。
Am I dying?
老师，我要上脑推一本。
有，都有。来，一人一本，发下去啊。等老师的指令，再打开。这些本呢，集合了悬疑、推理、烧脑，总时长90分钟。现在各位同学可以翻开第一页喽。
这不是手拿把掐。
时效物理剧，全国高考英语真题。
这不是数学。
同学们，游戏开始喽！同学们，今天不上课，老师带你们玩剧本杀。真的假的？还有剧本杀可以玩？当然是真的，你们可以选擇自己喜歡嘅主題。
啊。
老師，我們可只玩硬
真
核。
係啊！
有。
OK。我你想我而家啊？
梗係啦。
嚇，唔係，如果我而家同你玩，你想同我玩啲咩模？
你玩嘅試下嘅 Hacker Mode 幾好。
唔要，太難玩。
你咪難啊。
你不要做，不要試下做少少功課。我做少少功課。
哎呀。
我個咪啊！但係啲人對人哋都 hack 喎。
冇嘢㗎，總之你 aim 好就得㗎啦，識 aim 得㗎啦，你明啊，你入到嚟就。
Bro，真係啊？
係啊，認真
啊。Everyone and local function fair. Real, by the way. Real chat crushing domain. SC of the week. Tower Wiggle Core. Okay, 算啦唔啦，我唔啦。
That they're also not fully compatible, much like dynamic heads. The expectation is that R6 tech will be removed to allow for everything to work together, and Roblox choosing to not make it compatible with R6 gives them another excuse to. Roblox's announcements have taken a ton of heat, whether it be on Twitter, YouTube, or the dev forum, the latter hiding a key piece of info. Someone mentioned how makeup was not worth destroying 2D faces for, and a Roblox employee surprisingly replied. The employee, whose join date is October 13th, 2022, said that the dynamic head takeover was not to support a single feature in makeup, but so the avatar system could grow. Apparently, having faces and dynamic heads coexist meant every single update or bug fix took twice the work, which slowed everything down and meant worse outcomes for everyone. Roblox apparently got rid of 2D faces and classic heads because having a single head type allows for new features to be made and makes updates and bug fixes easier. Them existing together supposedly made things worse for everyone, so Roblox decided to axe the 2D faces, aka the one people use overwhelmingly the most, according to this employee. It doesn't take much knowledge of Roblox to understand that this explanation doesn't make much sense at all, community-wise or tech-wise. 2D faces are simply decals that go onto a mesh, which should be really easy to do with dynamic heads, even with them I think using a different mesh type. A decal on a mesh should not slow everything down or create worse outcomes for everyone, even with the dynamic head mesh and coating. In fact, a lot of the new makeup items are decals placed on the head meshes, showing that letting 2D faces exist even on dynamic head meshes would not be a problem. The technology to allow 2D classic faces to exist on dynamic heads exists, but Roblox is not making it a reality for whatever reason. If this is truly the case, they should have gutted the classic head category and changed it into the head shapes we're seeing now. Every head technically being dynamic while allowing for 2D faces and changeable head shapes would have been fine, but we're getting absolute trash instead. Even if classic heads and faces caused extreme productivity and quality issues, which I doubt, the tech still exists to let 2D faces stay around on dynamic heads. Unfortunately, Roblox has chosen to remove all 2D faces and replace them with 3D dynamic messes, probably for ulterior reasons like realism and innovation to please investors. The negative reactions are really no surprise considering how bad they look and act on normal avatars, their incompatibility with R6, and them factoring into the 2D face removal. Oh yeah, this also released one day before Q2 began, so Roblox can present it in their Q1 reports like all this other stuff they've suddenly released and announced. Unfortunately, there's a lot more with this update that we've got to go over, including what appears to be deceptive stats Roblox put out to justify or defend makeup. I've never seen Roblox pump out so much news all at once like this, not even at RDC, and it's keeping all of us YouTubers busy with videos. This video is long enough already, so I'm gonna cut it here, but keep an eye out for more because I've still got so much to say. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to like, comment, subscribe below.
Miss Cindy. Miss Cindy. Miss.
有閂到咁協個窗，風扇又咁弱，你作死啊！唉，怪唔知係熱啦，你哋都唔識開。
咕咕嘎嘎。B B 㗎，唉 ，B B 亂諗㗎。 Yes. Yes, you will get the thing chat. music 細節 couple 加 S。Diamond Boy。你做咗網上功課未啊，仔？細佬，細佬。
Joined. Not a noob. Why you a noob? Okay, now pretty much the final hard part of the floor. Who's streaming the screen?
Someone.
I'm not watching the Dime Boy video yet.
I know.
Okay. I almost forgot how to do that section. Oh my god. Okay, nice, GG's. I did the nil part. Nice. I'm pretty much one more skip. I'm on floor 8, right? Can you check that out? Oh, is that the floor 8?
I see game ability in like Diamond Boy chat. No. And Imran. Esbian, no.
Nice, okay. I'm at the pretty much final switch.
Why is everybody no game ability in Diamond?
I failed a nil jump. No! I failed the ONG jump.
Okay, time to speedrun. I'm at 1.
To be honest, the last hard jump is really that one ONG jump that everybody always fails on.
Okay, I'm at 2.
On what?
On when on my work.
Took you long enough. Mate. I'm kidding.
Tower of Wiggle Core. One of the hardest towers in the entire Roblox platform.
The
And
hardest
I-
tower in the
I
entire
admit
Roblox
to it.
platform.
Now you may not believe me, but yes,
Diamond
I'm
Boy
beating this.
jumping from
I
extreme
am
to
skilled
Unreal.
enough to reach the end. And I know
Never
I
heard of it before.
can
Oh!
do it.
What was that? That was close.
Why is there so many edits? You don't even know where to go. It doesn't even know where to go.
Cool.
Diamond Boy on the Eagle Core, he just knows when wings are right way sometimes.
It's so good. It's so good. I think Diamond Boy is so good. He could jump from he could do his first L in like 2 days. And then in a week probably Tower or Tower
I'm at
Legend.
3. I'm at 3. Okay, I have to do this job. Okay, I'm at 6.
We are now entering
Okay.
Tower
Nil
of Wiggle
jump,
Core.
attempt number
so
3. Okay, I passed the nil jump. Nice.
Floor 1 starts off with this truss. And then this jump. Oh, okay.
Okay,
I'm never
GG's,
gonna
I
miss.
passed the nil jump.
April Fool, I guess. Okay, it's done. GG.
I did the last hard jump. Nice. Okay, now I can use the skip now, so pretty much I win. GG's, floor 10.
I'm getting harassed by real Rosa.
Imagine Real Rosa starts playing Ito again. Oh my god.
He do on other accounts. Sometimes.
You
No!
should have
I
seen
thought-
that. You should have seen that save I just did. Oh my god.
It was the only thing I actually thought he beat it.
Game ability. Hello.
Game ability. I'm doing Tower of Hopeless Hell right now. While talking.
Anything with Light and Fate?
We're
Not
all
yet.
cracking.
But I
Okay, we're
just
back.
had a crazy save just now.
Alright, I gotta go.
What
Bye-bye.
if he's helping things? What if he's hiding it? What if he's actually going for it? What if that's like a teaser for it?
Maybe. Oh god. Yeah, this is insane. That I saved pretty well on that. Hold on. Let me
What if
send
he's going
you.
for talent? What if he skipped from extremes, from fake extreme to
I mean,
real
I can
unreal?
imagine him doing it. I can imagine him doing it. Since he pretty much jumped from insane to extreme.
Guys, did you see the new Amorphous realm update?
It should beat the new gingerbread difficulty.
What new gingerbread difficulty?
What again?
What gingerbread difficulty?
The new April Fool's Tower on Wing 1.
Yeah, the gingerbread difficulty tower?
Yeah, as the hardest challenge.
And I
Which
gotta
is,
beat it. It's so easy.
it is invisible Tower of True Skill. Completely invisible.
I can do that way, that's easy.
SBN tried and he didn't even make it. GG's.
I can just look at the completion. I can get the first on that.
I might just miss. You just got in time. I just beat.
Little sniper.
GG's.
What happened?
I just beat Hopeless Hell. Nice.
GG!
Who keeps leaving?
By the way, what the hell was SBN typing in the chat for the premiere of Diamond Boy's recent video?
We are all cracking at Diamond Boy.
Hey, yo, what the bro, I'm literally like the only normal one in the server, not gonna lie.
Okay. Hey, but at least now I can buy the rest of the items. Give me that. Give me that. Yeah, I got everything from the Fool's event. Nice. Jeez.
Is it just where Tower True Skill is?
What again?
Is this where Tower True Skill is? I'm guessing?
No, it's in the pit of die. You gotta jump into it.
Pit of die? What?
Let me just go to Wing 1 with you.
Is it like where the tower rush is?
No. I'll show you. Come to Wing 1. Come to Wing 1. Come to Wing 1.
Oh, I know you mean. Tower invisible true skill.
I mean, actually, they changed it. You actually had to jump into the pit of die to go to it, but not anymore. It's just there.
Everyone, watch the video in the chat. I have just said it is so important.
We seen it. Well, I saw it.
Aww. Wait, did Eric, did you also see it? Did you also get trolled? Oh, whatever, never mind. Tower of Tower.
There we go. Oh, look what I have.
Hell was that emote? What the heck was that kind of emote?
Oh, wait, hold on.
That is beautiful. That is so beautiful. That's the most beautiful woman in the world.
Anyways, I got all I got all the items I can go now.
I like eating cheese-covered TV remotes.
Fuck you. See you guys. I'm gonna go now.
食嗰啲咩啊？咩啊？啊！
乜事啊，哥哥？做咩鬼事噶啊？點啊你？等咁耐㗎，你個600個鐘。 你真係做乜鬼嘢？
我完唔完好啊？
完啦！你做乜鬼啫？耐咁耐？邊個會真係會咁有耐性？即係等你食。
幾耐？而家幾耐啊？我拎啦，好冇？
拎啦。
啊，完啦個 speedrun 要，拜拜。啊，我個 speedrun 要死啦！
你開咪啊！
得啊 B B， 你做乜推我落街啊？我跌落去。
邊有啊？
哥。Boom! Boom 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 boom. ，Okay, so that's all for this W chat. This is all for today. Have a wonderful night. I don't know lah. Members rules. Okay. Okay. Freedom over. I always trust you. Dominate RG. Dominate RG.什么？ Green emerald. No, 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 don't dirty my. Oh my god, bro. W speed run. Okay, I AFK a little bit too long, but that's fine. That's a W, okay? That's a W. GG chat. We did it. Yeah, so this is actually gonna be the real end to this, okay? Bye bye.